the House please be in order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer by the gentleman from Bolivar, Representative Sanders, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance afterwards. Gentleman from Bolivar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. You know, as I walked in this morning, I looked around and I saw the chambers, and I said, there's something different about our chambers this morning. It's brighter. It's very bright. Absolutely, yeah. The sun is out. So, at this time, will you pray with me, please? Father, we come down to say thank you this morning. Thank you for allowing us to assemble. And Father, we just ask that you be in the midst today to make our session what it should be. Lord, as we go throughout this life journey, we just ask you to continuously be in our lives, be in our family lives, in everything we do that's pleasing in thy sight. These blessings, all blessings, we ask under your name, your Jesus, we pray. Amen. Attention, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent to dispense the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I'd like to recognize members of the board of the Independent Auto Dealers Association. We're glad to have you guys today. Help me make them welcome.
Welcome. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, we have Tougaloo College and JTEX students who have been selected to participate in the Advocating and Mobilizing Student Leader Fellowship. They are here with their chairs, Dr. Rashonda Allen and Alexandria Drake. Please make them feel welcome.
Welcome. All right, I believe our head page will introduce our pages for the week. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pages for the week are Morgan Jones from Jackson, Grayson Nichols from Corinth, Frankie Lindsay from Tupelo, Savannah Lackey from Madison, Zach Knopper from Brandon, Noah Lewis from Brandon, Brooks Acock from Madison, Banks Eaton from Madison, Zoe Gordon from Clinton, Alex Farrell from New Albany, Morgan Brewer from Brandon, Allende Gaynor from Jackson, Allison Dukes from Jackson, Molly Fulton from Brandon, Luke Yates from Madison, Jaden Thompson from Madison, Ruby Reese from Richland, Kristen Smith from Terry, Lily Stewart from Summerall, Aiden Hill from Carrier, and Bailey Jordan from Carrier.
Welcome, pages. We're glad y'all are here this week. All right. Please give the chairman of rules your attention. We have a special guest joining us this morning. Sergeant of Arms will escort in our special guest.
Okay.
I recognize the chairman of the rules. He's going to go to the rules calendar for this item. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd like everybody to stand, please. Today we are recognizing the life and the family of Officer Troy Floyd, and I would like to turn it over to Representative Porter and Representative Curry to speak about him and his family, and I'll turn it over to them.
Gentleman from Pike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, on August 8th of 2024, we tragically lost a great man, one of our own, Officer Troy Floyd from Summit Police Department. Today we honor him for his dedication to serving his community. And I'll turn it over to Representative Curry.
Thank you. Troy Floyd was from Lincoln County, and he was working at the Summit Police Department. And Troy was a friend of mine for a long time. I met Troy at a county convention where we were voting for our executive director and our people that would go to the state convention, and he was so excited, and he tapped me on the shoulder and he said, "Hey," with this big smile, "I'm Troy Floyd, and I wanted your vote to go to state convention." And we talked for a while, and I said, "I know who you are. You're a police officer here." And we became good friends. We talked about politics. He loved politics. But most of all, Troy loved God, and Troy loved his family. Troy, when he would arrest somebody, would handcuff them and pray with them before he ever put them in the car. He was just a man of God. I just don't know how else to describe him. And I don't know if we're reading this. There was a lot of this in this proclamation. But I need to tell you, he invited me to church after we passed the 15-week gestational age act and passed it, and it went to the Supreme Court and overturned Roe v. Wade. He and his wife, Sage, invited me to come to their church. And I went in the doors, and it's a big church, and I said to one of the elders, I said, "Could you tell me where Troy Floyd is?" And he said, "He's where he always is in this building. He's on the very front row, all the way down." And I got over there, and there he and Sage and their beautiful daughter was sitting together, and they had seats. So it was a 3-seater. And I sat behind them. In that service, I watched for 2 hours a man that showed how much he loved God and how much he loved his family. And it was the best 2 hours I've ever spent in their church. Their pastor's here today. And I can tell you it's a service I will never forget. I want Sage and her daughter to know, we say this a lot, but we will be here when you need us. I also want to say I've been here 18 years. This is the 4th time I have stood before this house with a deadly gunshot wound to police officers. That's way too many, you guys, way too many. I want to thank Daryl Porter for helping make this happen. We're going to have other things come to celebrate Troy's life. He was a special man, and I just want everybody to know it.
You want to call up the resolution, gentlemen? It's item 2 on the rules calendar.
Yeah. Item 2, HCR number 7, I'd like to call it up. It's Officer Troy Floyd, and we are commending the life and legacy upon his passing.
All right. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 7, honoring the life and legacy of Officer Troy Floyd. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. All right, we will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Gentleman from Union, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 4, House Bill 675 on the motion to reconsider calendar and move that we reconsider for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 675 passed. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's back before us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the lady from Inmate to explain the amendment.
Lady from Inmate, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment to House Bill 675, as you may recall, last year we passed a rare disease task force, and this amendment is creating a task force that's going to create a study of alternative funding programs and their effects on patient access to affordable prescription drugs in Mississippi for rare diseases. And the task force is going to consist of the members of the Mississippi Rare Disease Advisory Council. The chair is going to convene the first meeting by May 15th of this year, and the study is going to determine alternative funding programs and their effect on patient access to affordable prescription drugs. Also, the impact of these programs on patient assistance programs for prescription medications and insurance coverage. The task force is going to submit its report and findings by December 1st, 2025 to the governor, the speaker, the lieutenant governor, the chairs of the House and Senate for Public Health, and then the chairs of the House and Senate for Medicaid. And that's an explanation of the amendment. The task force is going to be dissolved upon its submission of its report on December 1st. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any, lady. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Any other chairman have an item they wish to take up on the motion to reconsider calendar? Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan, for what purpose?
On the motion to reconsider calendar, item number 1, House Bill 1449, and the motion is to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Lady from Humphreys, Ms. Jones. I'm sorry. Junior gentleman from Hines, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to comment on the pending bill.
Sir?
Do I have to go? No, I just want to. I'm just clarifying. I appreciate the chairman for working through those issues. There's no objection.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition on the gentleman's motion. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table the motion to reconsider, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Any other chairman? I don't see any. Chairman of Rules wish to take up that other item or no? I don't see him. That moves us to the Ways and Means calendar. Vice Chairman. Gentlemen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 1 on today's Ways and Means calendar, House Bill 952. Bring it up and use a motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This extends the repealer on credits and costs paid by a company relocating in Mississippi. This extends the repealer to July of 2028. I'll entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 2, House Bill 961. Called up, usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is income tax repealer on tax credits for certain charges for using certain ports and airports across the state. That's an explanation of the bill. Entertain questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 3, House Bill 964. Called up. Use your motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. This extends the repealer on the Mississippi Business Finance Corporation. It extends the repealer all the way to July of 2028. That's a brief explanation of the bill. I entertain questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 4, House Bill 965. Called up. Use your motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Okay, this extends the repealer on local government capital improvements revolving loan fund. Extends it to July of 2028.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, can we get a listing of what areas have been receiving these funds, how much they've been receiving, and have they completed those projects, please?
Yes, we can. I think we get an email every 2 or 3 weeks from MDA on these.
I'm just trying to get a listing of, trying to see where all these projects have been taking place and what region, what area.
Do you want a list from like 2025, 2024, I'm sorry?
For last 3 years would be
3 years?
sufficient.
I'll request that, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Okay, item 5, House Bill 970. Called up. Usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
This extends the repealer on Camp Kamasa in Copiah County on sales tax exemptions. That's a brief explanation of the bill. I entertain questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, item 6, House Bill 972. Called up. Use your motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This extends the tax credit, the repealer on tax credits for certain water transportation enterprises. It extends it out to January of 2029.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 7, House Bill 1341. Called up. Usual motion and adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman's got a committee sub, and he moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you. This extends a repealer on the Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act we've had in place for a number of years. This extends it out to July of 2028. I entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 115 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Item 8, House Bill 1453, called up, usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recommit.
Gentleman's motion is to recommit House Bill 1453. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 9, House Bill 1634, called up, usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This extends a repealer on new cut and sewing jobs in the upholstery furniture business. It extends the repealer to January of 2029.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Skip item 10, go to item 11, House Bill 1656, called up, usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a committee sub.
Adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you. Call on the gentleman from Tishomingo to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Currently, we're operating on the committee sub, correct, Mr. Speaker? Committee sub?
Committee sub, yes, gentlemen. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1656, committee sub, is known as the Strong Act. I've worked this body pretty hard this year, and as you will see on that bill, that I think the majority of you, or just about everybody in here, is a co-author of this bill. The Strong Act for our state, Mississippi Army National Guard and Airmen, represent about 10,600 soldiers. We have our leadership team in the gallery today, representing the upper echelon, the leadership part of the Guard. All the soldiers couldn't be here. Obviously, they work civilian jobs. But they are asking us today to do 3 things for them. And I think you guys understand. I've talked to quite a few of you about what it's going to do. So let me tell you a little bit about the Guard. Most people think the Guard responds to hurricanes. We respond to tornadoes. We respond to floods. We respond to water crises in our bigger cities that have trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, that is some things the Guard does, but we're on a call. They're on a call basis from the federal government. The federal government sends equipment down, i.e. Black Hawk helicopters, M1 tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, Apache helicopters, Chinook helicopters, and those being on loan with our National Guard requires some pretty heavy lifting. So we have to keep a strength level at we need to be at around 12,000 soldiers. As I told you a while ago, we have 10,400 currently serving in the Army National Guard and the Air Guard. What happens if that falls any lower or possibly any lesser? So General Ginn's in the gallery today, and General Ginn will tell you that at the end of the day, if that force structure falls quite a bit, the United States Army and the United States Air Force could say, hey, you don't have the men and women to operate this equipment, we need to talk, and we know what talking will do. Also on this bill, ladies and gentlemen, it recognizes our men and women in uniform that are traditional guardsmen. A traditional guardsman is someone who operates 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks out of the year, roughly about 9,000 soldiers, and that's what this bill is currently going to help. Let me just start out with number one thing this bill does. We're going to offer a $250 tag credit. So when a soldier that's a traditional guardsman goes into the tag office and he says, hey, I want to get my tag for my 86 Honda Accord or my F-250 trimmer, they're going to get a $250 credit, and we're going to say thank you. Thank you for serving in our Mississippi Army National Guard. Here's your $250 credit. The second thing we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, currently right now, $15,000 is the threshold for income tax reduction. So if we have a soldier that is a traditional guardsman and they file their state income tax every year, they're currently income tax free up to $15,000. We want to raise that to $25,000. I'll tell you how old I am. When I was in, it was $5,000, so that tells you something. So the first $5,000, first $15,000 currently, they're income tax free. We want to raise that threshold to about $25,000, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will affect about 9,000 soldiers in our Guard. It's going to be a minimal amount. We've reached out to the Speaker. We've reached out to several people. And help me as this bill works its way through the process. We do have a reverse repealer in it, and there's a lot of moving angles and targets in this bill, and we just want to address those issues as we move forward. The third thing this is going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is TRICARE for Life is a medical insurance that's provided to the soldiers by the military. Currently, right now, that soldier pays his part without any dependents. So a soldier in his Guard check would will see a reduction in pay due to his insurance premiums. And that's, of course, being an individual, that equates to several dollars a month. So what we'd love to ask you to do today to support the Guard was pay the individual without dependents their insurance premiums. And I think that's going to be a big puzzle in getting these folks to recruit and retain some more soldiers. Today, these soldiers go to work, they never complain, they go drill on the weekends, they drill 2 weeks a year at their summer camp annual training, and they don't say anything. They do it for the love of our country and our nation. These three items right here, we could help these soldiers. We could help General Ginn retain and recruit. General Ginn, just talking to him before I came in here, several other states have this on their agenda this year. Let's be the first. Let's let Mississippi lead the way in saying thank you to our soldiers. And with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I'd love to take any questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, you have a good bill. I think it's something we need to do. What is the cost on the bill? Is it a recurring cost?
Oh, yes, sir. Since the committee sub has become part of the bill, it has reduced drastically. I think the total package is in the around the $5 million range, $5 to $6 million range.
Yeah, and the committee sub, what part of it did it cut in terms of what you were trying to do?
Okay, originally we had the $500 tag credit. We reduced that to $250.
Okay.
And we did have the largest portion of the reduction was the family coverage.
Okay.
And we backed up and said, talking to the chairman of Ways and Means, we backed up and said, let's just try to get the servicemen and women's TRICARE paid for, just without independence.
And we can look at as we go along down
That's right.
Years ahead.
Exactly.
And see if we can do more.
Exactly.
But it's $5 million a year.
Exactly, that's right.
All right,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hale.
Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
You and I talked about this last week, and I have nothing against the military, first of all, but we have an abundance of first responders that does pretty much the same thing, and why can't we include the first responders in this act?
I totally agree with you, sir. You know as well as I do, I was a co-author in the other bill as well. But the bill at hand today, of course, is the National Guard, and I look forward to working with you through the process to maybe get a bill or revive something that does our first responders.
Is there any way we could, never mind, I'll get with you on it.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I know where you're going with that. Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
That time would be now, gentlemen. Come forward.
Colleagues, I'm an American soldier. I'm a warrior and a member of a team. I serve and live the Army values. I was always placed in mission first. I would never accept defeat. I would never quit. I would never leave a fallen comrade. We live by that, day in and day out, in this state. What makes up our million-man Army, gender neutral, is the National Guard. Active duty only serves a huge component when you're fighting overseas. But to augment our military, we have the reserve and National Guard. Those National Guard members, at the height of the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, were the focal point of us turning the tide, for making sure they had free, fair elections, quality and dignity of their people. And also remember, Mississippi National Guard stands at the forefront from the quartermaster logistical standpoint. We project our war powers in our ways around the world. We also got to understand this. These soldiers who's getting this tax credit, these are soldiers that work with their men and women. They're the ones who go to our colleges and universities. And it's high time that we put them before all other things. Because we say we remain professional. They say we are patriotic. This is a way that we can put Mississippi first. We always talk about going ahead and going forward. Do not leave a fallen comrade. This bill is bipartisan. The money is a small amount to life that's been saved through tragedies, through natural disasters, and also augmenting our police force in a time of crisis. I say again, understand this. If we strengthen, recruit, and enhance our National Guard, not only will that bring more money to the state, it'll bring more diversity, because people come from all over the world to join this National Guard and these men and women in our schools. They protect our community, but they protect our way of life. And one of the most important things, they augment the reserve and the active duty when we're projecting America's power throughout this world, throughout this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, anything further from the chairman?
No, sir. Thanks, Sergeant Major. I move final passage, Mr. Speaker, seeing no other questions.
All right, open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Laid on table, subject to call. I'm sorry. Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an introduction out of order, please.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, it is my pleasure on behalf of myself and the senior gentleman from Forest, Representative Watson, to introduce our very good friends who have just entered the North Gallery, Jerome and Jermaine Brown, some of our very favorite guys from Hattiesburg, are up here in the North Gallery. Jerome is the 28th Province Pole March for the Southwest Province of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity. He oversees Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Texas, and New Mexico. And Jermaine is over 8 chapters in South Mississippi. They're some of my best buds and fellow Hattiesburg High Tigers. Welcome, you guys, to the Capitol. Very glad to have y'all here.
Welcome. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Although 1911 was a good year, it was so nice we did it twice. In the South Gallery, on behalf of the alumnus of Mississippi Valley State and those members who are attached to the university, I'd like to ask the House to help make welcome several members of Mississippi Valley State family who are sitting in the South Gallery. Please stand and be recognized.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hall.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in the North Gallery, as a member of this fine institution, and with these men of achievement, Kappa Alpha Psi Phi Nu Pi Frat So Nice named it twice. I want to make sure that we recognize them, but also I want to call out one of the members that made me my pro-fight from the hot chapter, Holly Springs, Oxford, and Tupelo, Mr. Kenneth Willard. Please make them welcome.
Welcome, gentlemen. Appreciate you keeping this guy straight and sending him our way. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Speaker.
You recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Lauderdale County delegation, will you please make welcome Vice President of Meridian Community College, Dr. Cedric Gathings. Please stand.
Welcome. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You recognize.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, on behalf of the Holmes County delegation, I see the President of the Mississippi Valley Alumni Association in our South Gallery, Mr. Leroy Riley. Let's welcome him to his capital.
Welcome, gentlemen. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You recognize.
Also in the South Gallery, I see a friend and a former neighbor of mine that's with the Valley delegation, Mr. Charlie Tolliver. Will you please stand? Let's make him welcome.
Welcome, gentlemen.
And Mr. Speaker, I have another one in the North Gallery. I see a young man that used to come to my house to try to date my granddaughter. It's with the Calfers up there. Brendan, will you please stand? Let's make him welcome.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You recognize.
In our North Gallery, I have one of my relatives that is here with us, one of our physicians in the state, Dr. Reginald Rigsby. I'd like him to stand.
Welcome, Doc. Gentleman from Pearl River, do you seek recognition for introduction? You recognize.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction. In the South Gallery, I have our Pearl River Community College team, so join myself and the members of the Pearl River County delegation welcoming Rebecca Brown, Patrick Oakes, and of course Angie Kaufman, if they would please stand up as we make them feel welcome to their capital.
Welcome. Lady from Panola, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome part of the distinguished men in the North Gallery, Mr. Gregory Thompson.
Welcome, gentlemen. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want the House to help me make welcome my godson, Randy Randall. Let's give him a hand. Minneola.
Welcome. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
You recognize.
I'd like to introduce to some and present to others one of the greatest Mississippi Valley State alumni that's in the House, Dr. Mary Crump, longtime president of the Jackson, Mississippi Valley State Alumni Association. Dr. Mary Crump.
Welcome. All right, I don't see any further introductions. We will go to the calendar. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to number 1, House Bill number 1617, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you've got a committee sub.
Yes, sir. I bring the committee sub up.
He'd move to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, if we could recognize the gentleman from Pearl River to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This act is known as the Tim Tebow Act. It's a piece of legislation that's been passed in over 30 states. What this bill does is it allows students who are homeschooled to participate in extracurricular activities at the public school district or school of their residence. This bill, as I said, has been passed in 30 other states and became nationally basically recognized following the success of Tim Tebow, who was a homeschool student in Florida and was able to play football as a homeschool student because of the legislation they had there, ultimately winning the Heisman Trophy back in 2008. In this bill, as we've debated it through the process, we have heard from many people in the education community and the public, parents, students alike. One thing we hear: why should they be held to academic standards? Why should students be held to academic standards when homeschool students are not? So with that said, we have included in this legislation a requirement that the students who participate in these extracurricular sports who are homeschooled must take and pass state testing every year. That is an explanation of this bill, and I will yield for any questions at this time.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Does this bill provide any funding or reimbursements to public schools?
So there is in the current version of a bill that would allow the schools to charge an activities fee over and above what they charge normal students, but I have an amendment to take that out here in a minute.
To take it out?
To take it out.
Why would we do that?
Because the parents are paying taxes like everybody else, so they shouldn't be charged above and beyond any other student.
Let's maintain order. Let's maintain order. I'll recognize you anytime you want.
It's not a good one. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not against the bill, but didn't answer this question for me. Will these students be covered by insurance if they get hurt while they engage in these activities?
They have to, the same rules apply. The students have to provide proof of medical insurance before they engage in activities. If there is some sort of incident that occurs at school as a result or the fault of the school district, if they're injured on school grounds, the school's insurance would, of course, cover them like any other student.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question. Gentleman,
Yes, sir.
I talked to several superintendents across the state, and most of them said that they have a rule in place to where a student had to be in school 60% or 50% of the day. So would this bill trump the school's policy?
If they're required, yeah, it would, because the homeschool student is not going to school, so you can't require that they be there for 60% of the day.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Then I need to propose this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
This is actually Representative Lancaster's amendment, and we're going to remove the requirement that that the schools are allowed to charge an activities fee over and above what they normally charge. As many of you know, schools do charge their existing students activity fees, so they can charge the normal activity fee that they would charge anybody else. We're just not going to let them charge an amount above and beyond for these homeschool students. That's an explanation of Representative Lancaster's amendment, and I will yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
You move final passage?
Yes, sir.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 76 yeas, 26 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir. If we could have the other, I guess, number 2 and number 5 retain their place on the calendar, but that's all we have for the moment.
Gentleman's asking that they retain their place on the calendar. We will do that. Thank you. Brings us down to State Affairs. Here he is. Gentleman from Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I'd like to go to item number 3, House Bill 1175, and call up the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
All right, do you make the usual motion, gentlemen, as well?
I do.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman further moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the lady from Hines to explain the committee sub.
Lady from Hines is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that I would make it up here before 11 so that we could have wine for breakfast, and I made it. All right, this bill simply allows direct shipment of wine. We've passed this out of committee and off of the House floor multiple times, multiple years, and we're going to do it again this session. This bill is essentially the conference committee that was agreed to last session that made it all the way to the Senate and then died on a point of order in the Senate. So this contains all of that language that was agreed upon, and all the parties came to the table and agreed to it then, and we have it in the bill now. So we're going to send it back to the Senate again. That is a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Does this have the language in there that they direct ship just things you can't get at the liquor store or package store?
Yeah, you would only be able to ship things that you can't get through ABC.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
I'm just trying to get my point across, so if you will understand. So they won't let me have a liquor store in my county, which has been very upsetting to me. Am I going to be able to get some wine in my county?
So unfortunately, the language in this particular version of the bill will not allow direct shipment to dry counties. But
I'm not a dry county.
Oh.
The bill we passed last year only allowed for liquor stores in the city. We made them be able to drink in the county, but they can't have a liquor store.
So
I'm just wanting to nail that on home.
I'll make sure that that's looked at.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I don't see any further questions.
Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the direct shipment of wine in the 21st century, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 14 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, that next item is item number 4, House Bill 1284. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
All right. You want to explain your amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the amendment will allow the Department of Revenue to promulgate rules and regulations concerning the direct shipment of craft or native spirits to licensed retailers who have a permit.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
I have the bill, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you. The bill, House Bill 1284, will allow a native or a craft distillery to have a tasting room off-site. That ends my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas, 10 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Can we go to the next state affairs item, Mr. Speaker?
You can request unanimous consent while you're there.
Mr.
We'll
Speaker,
see if your colleagues agree.
I would like to do that and go to item number 7.
Is there objection to the gentleman skipping down to his next item for state affairs at 7? I don't hear any, gentlemen. You may proceed.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, item number 7, House Bill 994, will allow the cell phone tower that we have in front of the 2 museums located behind the old Capitol to be moved to the fairgrounds. It is my understanding that the language of the bill does not mandate the exact location of where the cell tower will be moved to on the fairgrounds.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
So we're moving a cell phone tower to the fairgrounds?
That's correct.
Did the fairgrounds ask for it? And how much is it going to cost to move a cell phone tower?
I would think it's going to be minimum, but the revenue will stay with the city, gentlemen.
Say it again.
The revenue of the cell phone tower will stay with the city.
Thank you.
Sure.
But my question is, why are we moving it? That's what I didn't hear.
To get it away from the front entrance of the museums.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Alton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Will this have anything to do with the reception that the tower will be generating?
The reception, no, sir.
Sometimes the location of a tower impedes the reception, or perhaps makes it stronger or weaker. Will it have any effect on the?
Gentleman from Hines, I don't think it will have any effect on the reception of the tower.
You don't think so?
Well, I'm no expert, but I would be surprised because it's going to actually go to a location where it's not going to be in between concrete buildings. So I think the reception probably would improve.
Okay, you don't think so, and it probably will improve. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, we are moving the cell phone tower that's currently owned by the city of Jackson.
That's correct, lady, and the ownership will not change. The revenue will continue with the city.
Does the language in the bill not say that the tower will be leased to the city of Jackson?
Yeah, the lease will be in favor of the city. That's correct. The city will continue the lease. It will be located at the fairgrounds.
So the city will lease the cell phone tower from the Department of Agriculture?
No, it will be leased to whoever is using it now.
So who owns the tower right now?
Well, the tower itself is owned, the actual structure, I assume, is owned by a third party. The location of where the tower is located is owned by the city.
Okay. All right, well, the lady is telling me that the city is good with it, so I'll take her word for it.
They are, lady, that's correct.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. I'll get right to you. I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. You have further work, gentlemen?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to go to item number 8, House Bill 20. Call it up the committee sub and make in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman further moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my explanation, I would like to thank the House IT Committee, chaired by the lady from Madison, for working with us on this bill. That committee has done a great job. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I have been serving in this great body for 25, 26 years. Every year it comes to my attention that we have issues with procurement and the implementation of technology, and how do we make government more responsive. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 20 is a game changer. It does basically two things. It creates an advisory council on how to modernize our procurement process. And Mr. Speaker, more importantly, it will require the agencies to use cloud storage and to fully implement cloud storage by the year 2030. Why do we want to go there? Well, if you think about it, the private sector has given up on hard drives and mainframes. My dear colleagues, we still have some agencies that use mainframes and hardware. We spend almost $600 million a year on IT procurement. Moving to cloud storage will be a lot less costly, it will be more secure, and it will allow government to be more responsive to the people, and will allow us as policymakers to get information in a timely manner and for us to be more effective in the job that we do. That ends my explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to that next item, which is item number 9, House Bill 558. Call up the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the distinguished vice chair of the committee and the gentleman from Adams.
The gentleman from Adams is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 558, committee substitute, essentially allows for the extra permit for a big box store like Sam's or Costco to be located on the coast. They have one now in Jackson. I don't think Sam has one, but Costco can now open another store on the coast. That's what it does.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 91 yeas, 11 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, that next item is item number 10, House Bill 1491. It also is a committee sub. I would like to call up the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman further moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor of that indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Members of the State House, this bill is basically the companion or the sister bill to House Bill 20. It will establish the Cloud Center of Excellence to help us to facilitate the full implementation of cloud storage and to help us to promulgate the best practices and procedures on how do we get to full implementation of cloud storage.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Always.
Real quick, political subdivisions. So are we requiring counties and cities to do this as well, not just state agencies?
Not in this bill, but ultimately that's one of our goals is to require the local and county political entities also.
So this bill just
It's just for state agencies.
This is just for state agencies?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions. You move final passage, gentlemen?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. I'm sorry, gentlemen from Washington or Adams, did one of you have an introduction?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but it's my understanding we were going to do the resolution shortly, so I didn't want
We
to...
are.
Okay.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you're recognized for further work.
Mr. Speaker, unanimous request to skip item number 11 and go to item number 12.
Is there objection? Hearing none, gentlemen, we will follow that procedure. You're recognized to take up item 12 if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That item is House Bill 1456. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill will change the ownership of the present location of DPS, which is at the intersection of I-55 in Woodrow Wilson. It will change the ownership to UMMC. Hopefully, it's our intent that UMMC will do a private partnership for development and make it more viable and producing some type of tax revenue. That ends my explanation.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
My good friend, would you yield for a moment for information?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me any more information on what UMC may use this property for? You know, I know where they are on State Street. I know they're at Jackson Medical Mall. What are they going? Any plans for this, or it's going to be vacant for?
Gentlemen,
what can you tell me?
That's a good question. The plans have not been finalized. I do know they have. It will be used possibly for a cancer center, but again, we have stressed for UMMC to do some type of public-private partnership to make it multi-use and not just for medical providers.
All right. Now, is that building available now? Is it vacant, being occupied? Where are we on that building now?
Oh, that's a good question, gentlemen. Is it occupied now? It's still occupied.
So you know when this transfer move may take place?
Well, if this passes, the ownership will take effect July 1st, but in terms of when does DPS finally move out, I can't answer that. That's
what, gentlemen, I'm not trying to drill you, but it's in my city, of course.
Sure.
And next question, of course, are any funds going to be needed by this legislature to give to them for renovation, repair, for whatever transition they want to do to that building? Do you know?
Gentlemen, there's no monetary request at this time.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
I do.
Gentlemen, where is the Department of Public Safety going to be relocated to?
I believe it's in Rankin County, but I'm not sure.
The whole headquarters and the driver license place and all this stuff is going to be moved?
The services that are being provided at the location at Woodrow Wilson, it's my understanding, will be moved to Rankin County.
So where will people who live in central Jackson go and get their driver license from? They're going to have to drive to Rankin County?
I don't think that's been decided yet, gentlemen. If it has, I have not had any communications with the commissioner.
So has there been any consideration about the access to those services that citizens of this community have been accustomed to?
Gentlemen, I can, from my personal perspective, access to those services is always a consideration.
Oh, gentlemen, so I'm just trying to figure this out. Over the last 20, 25 years, every state agency that was supposed to be in the state capital has been moved or relocated to Madison or Rankin County. When does the bloodlettings end?
Gentlemen, I'm not sure every state agency, I can think of several state agencies that are still located in Hinds County, but I understand what your point is. Again, the accessibility is always a consideration for me and hopefully for this body in terms of governmental services.
So, gentlemen, are you aware I was riding down on Highway 51 way deep in Madison County, and I ran across the Department of Rehab Services that was way over there? Is that not a state agency?
It is a state agency.
Okay, so can you remind me where the state capital, what county the state capital is in again? Because I'm a little confused right now.
Gentlemen, I think you know the answer to that.
Okay, gentlemen, I don't know, maybe it's my naivety to the whole process, but don't you think, since this is state capital, Hinds County is state capital, that state agencies should be in the state capital?
I don't know, gentlemen, I don't know about, I'm sorry, I don't know about all, I would disagree concerning all state agencies. I would agree with your point that governmental services definitely need to be accessible in Hinds County.
Well, here's my final question, gentlemen, and since you are over state affairs, can you let me know how much money these leases or the property we have spent to relocate and develop those areas inside of Rankin and Madison County for state agencies? Can you get that information for me? So how much money that those areas have been given to develop those properties? Can you get that information for me?
The money that was given to the local county where the department is located, or just in terms of...
Let me break it down a little bit so you can understand my question.
Okay.
So let's just say, I'm using the Department of Rehab. I have no issue with them.
Yes, sir.
But I'm using them. Can you tell me how much money they paid for that piece of land that was in Madison County to build that building? How much money did the contractor make for building that building? And what has been the assessed value of that building for Madison County?
So you want the construction cost and the purchase cost? I can tell you what the assessed value will be. If it's a governmental building, it's zero. It's not going to be.
I'm a little confused, and I just need some clarity. I'm just asking for just a little clarity on, see how much money, Hinds County is actually losing.
Gentlemen, I appreciate your statement, but I've known you for a long time, and you're never confused.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
In the event that UMMC acquires the property and goes into some type of contractual agreement with a private company, will those funds come back to the State of Mississippi General Fund, or will those funds that it generate go back to UMMC?
If it comes from a private company, it should go back to the general fund.
Okay. And do we feel that we'll be better served doing it that way versus just selling the property to a private company and reaping the taxes and the purchase price?
Gentlemen, that's a good question. The bill that I have that's before you is changing the ownership to UMMC.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your work.
Yes, sir. Good question.
Lady from Hinds, Ms. Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
What programs or what is UMMC going to have in the Department of Public Safety headquarters? What are they transferring? What are they going to utilize the building for?
Lady, I've been told that at a minimum, a cancer center, a cancer treatment center will be put at this location.
So what about the cancer treatment center that they already currently have at the Jackson Medical Mall? So all of the medical offices that they currently have at the Jackson Medical Mall, they're gonna transfer all of those over to the headquarters?
That I don't know, lady. I can get the answer for you, but I don't know that specific answer to your question.
And they're gonna combine the pavilion that they have directly behind them as well, those medical offices?
Same response, lady. I don't know if they're going to do a combination.
Can you find that information out for me?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hinds, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
I have stood many times in this chamber to ask for consideration for convenience and compassion and all of those good things that we ought to be rendering to our constituents. But What about the inconvenience of senior citizens now getting their license renewed if they have to drive all the way across Hinds County and nearly all the way across Rankin County, sometimes on dangerous 220 or 20 highway, to get their license renewed when it could be convenient to keep a component in the current location, at least a component of license renewal? Has that been considered, our senior citizens, our people that are impaired in terms of license renewal, to keep it conveniently located where it is? A component of it at least.
I understand. Gentleman from Hines, again, that's very similar to the gentleman from Washington. That's a very good question. The accessibility of governmental services is always a consideration, and I have been told that during this debate I was handed a note that DPS will actually have a driver's license location in Jackson. They will keep a driver's license location in Jackson.
That's great news. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Gentleman yield.
Always to my coast colleague.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the building's going to have to be demolished, and in that way there's no value to it?
I am aware that's going to have to be demolished. That's correct.
Okay, I just want to get on record that the building is going to be of no use. It's got to be demolished.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Mr. Felcher just asked you, but are you aware that the DPS headquarters out in Rankin County will not be ready for at least another year?
I am not, but thank you for the information.
I mean, I think we're getting the cart before the horse on this one. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, may I bring your attention to North Gallery. We have Mr. Walton Wilkins, a fourth grader at Hartfield Elementary. He is Brent Powell's next door neighbor. Make him welcome.
Welcome, young man. That's as important a thing as you can be around this place, is the neighbor to that guy. So welcome to your capital. It's good to have you here today. All right, further interrogation. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
All right, my colleagues have made some very good points about this building. Now I'm looking and I'm seeing that the Mississippi Department of Public Safety relocated due to the condition of the old building. So that means if we're transferring ownership to the University of Mississippi, that they're going to have to possibly demolish the building. So my question is, if this building was not good enough for the Department of Public Safety, how is it good enough for the University of Mississippi?
Gentlemen, just like we mentioned before, the building will be demolished. So it will no longer be standing once it's finished.
And I understand that. However, why could we not have demolished it and kept our Department of Public Safety here? Because we're going to have to give money to get it demolished, as well as give an appropriation to the University of Mississippi for whatever their plans are to do with that space.
Yes, but you're going to have to pay to demolish it. It's a public policy issue, and they decided it would be a better location to have that main headquarters in Rankin County.
And once again, we have no idea what the plan is for this building or the space when UMC gets it.
Besides what I've already mentioned.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Good question.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Will the gentleman, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to find out, can you tell us, because at the Thad Cochran Medical Mall Center out there, that's where the people are being moved from, right?
That's not my understanding, lady.
Is that not where the cancer center and the health department and all those facilities are?
Yes,
located?
but I don't know if that specific facility will be moved.
Well, okay, gentlemen, I guess I'm like the gentleman from Hines. I'm trying to get some clarity. I thought you said that the cancer center would be moved to the building that the gentleman from the code said was going to be demolished.
I said a cancer center will be built. I didn't say moved. So
Okay.
it may be supplementally located where it is now.
Okay, so if the building in fact is going to be demolished, like the gentleman from the code said, where will the Department of Public Safety people that are located there now, where will they go?
Where will they go? Lady,
Yes.
I assume the new location in Rankin County.
Well, the
Or at
gentleman
least some of
from-
them. I mean, I don't know if they're going to have a second location, but we're building the location for DPS in Rankin County. So I
Okay.
assume most, if not all, those employees will go to the Rankin County location.
Okay, well, the gentleman over there said that it would be at least 1 year before the facility was completed. I guess I'm trying to find out about the medical part that's going to be located in a building that's going to be constructed. Is it true that there's only going to be construction of a cancer center and none of the other state agencies that are located in the Thad Cochran Medical Mall will be moved?
No, lady, that's not true. It's going to be additional buildings besides just a cancer center, is my understanding.
Okay, will any of the other state agencies that are located in the medical mall, will they be moved?
I don't think so, lady.
Okay,
At least, well, I can answer that question and say no.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
Okay, and finally, did the Department of Public Safety give any thought to moving at least the driver's license part to the medical mall? That's kind of centered in the city and the county, and it's a lot of space over there that could be utilized.
Lady, I don't know if the department considered that, but as I stated earlier, there will be a location for driver's license remaining in Hinds County.
And are they going to buy the property across the street too?
Oh, I don't know that, lady.
Okay. Well, you know, we're very much interested in the cancer program and in us having a state-of-the-art cancer program here in Mississippi. So that's why we were just trying to figure out what they're doing with the land, how much land they're going to get, and really what's available. And I was saying this to you, gentlemen, because when you go to Texas or you go to Mayo in Minnesota, I mean, the properties are expansive. And of course, you know, you can get everything that you need to get there. And we just want to be sure that we're getting enough property, you know, looking forward to have a state-of-the-art cancer facility here in Mississippi.
Lady, I share your concern, and I can tell you unequivocally, if UMMC is in charge, the cancer center will be state-of-the-art.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 90 yeas, 19 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
State Affairs yields the floor, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Gentleman from Hinds, Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help make welcome a great group of HBCU students in the North Gallery. The name of their group is Uplift Group, and they're sponsored by Mississippi Power, Joy Reeves, and Mr. J.R. Robinson. Please help me make them welcome.
Welcome. All right, if you would give the Rules Chairman your attention here at the well. We are going to recognize our second group of special guests of the day, gentlemen. Gentlemen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, we have Mississippi Valley State University, and we are commending them on their 75th anniversary, and I would also like to acknowledge that the Mean Green Marching Machine Band performed at the presidential inauguration, and I'm pretty sure I saw President Trump jump up and start dancing when they started playing. So let's all give them a hand.
Welcome. Congratulations. Thank y'all for being here today. Turning the Capitol green for a day. Thank you. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's also in order, colleagues, for you all to recognize the fact that Mississippi Valley State will have a brand new football coach this fall, and none other than Terrell Buckley, former 12-year professional football player, Valley State's new football coach for the 25 football season. How about that?
Thank you, gentlemen. Before they get going, gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
You're recognized.
On behalf of the Washington County delegation, I'd like to ask the House to help make welcome a gentleman, a dear friend of mine who tried to play golf from time to time, but he's a diehard Cowboy fan like myself. Will y'all please help make welcome Dr. Larry Webster in North Gallery.
All right, do we have any announcements before we break for lunch? We will be recessing until 1:30. Gentleman from Rankin, I'm sorry, gentleman from, you have an announcement. You're recognized.
I'd like to call a rules meeting for 1:20.
Rules meeting at 1:20. Gentleman from Benton, Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. MMA will have their reception tonight at the Westin from 5 to 7. Everyone invited.
Thank you, gentlemen. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I will recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess until 1:30. Let the House come back to order. We will return to the calendar. Gentleman from Tippa, Mr. Stevenson, for what purpose?
Request.
Yes, sir. State your request.
Item 11 on today's Ways and Means calendar, House Bill 1656. I'd like to hold it on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Item 11, House Bill 1656. All right, we are down to, I believe, item 13 on the general calendar, and that's Business and Commerce. Gentleman from Rankin. Mr. Chairman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up lucky number 13, House Bill 1502. Make the usual motion.
Gentlemen, we're going to go ahead with your item, but I'm reminded the way we got to 12 was because we gave unanimous consent for the Chairman of State Affairs to do his. So anyway, we'll go with yours, and then I'll come back to these chairmen who are ready to go. So you are recognized for item 13, House Bill 1502.
All right, now call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you've got a committee amendment.
I do.
You want to adopt the amendment now?
Let's go ahead
or the amendment is the bill?
Amendment is the bill.
All right, you want to adopt it and then explain it, and that's what we'll be voting on? Or you want to explain it and then we'll vote on it?
Okay, we got some procedural things here, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to table the committee amendment.
Gentleman's motion is to table the committee amendment. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table the committee amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, now we're back on the original bill, gentlemen.
I'd like to offer this amendment.
And now you would like to offer an amendment. You want to explain the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Which I believe is the bill. Is that correct? All right, you're recognized to explain Amendment 2. Would this be Amendment 2, Council? When you tabled it, this would be Amendment 1. You're recognized to explain the amendment, gentlemen.
So as many of you know, I grew up as a preacher's kid, and I had a drug problem when I was a kid. My parents dragged me to church every week. They drugged me to church. And I learned that whatever I did had consequences. And what's happening across our state, I think that I have addressed on numerous occasions about the sale of marijuana products in our gas stations across the state. Labeled as CBD, labeled as being under the 0.3% Farm Bill, and yet time after time after time after time when those products are tested, they come back more potent than the items that are found in the medical cannabis dispensaries. And so this bill that I have before, this amendment that I have before you today, this is not the bill that you've been texted about. This is not the bill that you've been emailed about. This is a substitute. This is a bill that regulates the hemp program. And what it does is it requires the hemp to be tested, and anything that is less than 0.3% THC is acceptable. And that's something that was set forth in the 2018 Farm Bill. Any hemp that is less than 0.3% THC content is acceptable, just like in the 2018 Farm Bill. Anything higher than the 0.3% THC would not be acceptable and would not be able to be sold. It's federally illegal. It's like selling marijuana. And so we are preventing the sale of THC marijuana above the legal limit in our gas stations across the state. So this bill, number one, permits hemp with less than 1 milligram of THC that's recognized as safe by the FDA, far below the 0.3% standard requirement. That's in sections 2 through 18. It bans all intoxicating hemp that doesn't fit the above definition if it has more than 0.0% THC, except hemp beverages in sections 2 through 5. We're allowing the sale of hemp beverages because they contain 5 milligrams or less in a 12-ounce volume, which is less than the 0.3% THC allowed by the 2018 Farm Bill. So we're allowing a weaker drink that's allowable by federal law, and we are making sure that the products that are sold as hemp meet the description of less than 0.3% of THC in the products. This bill also outlaws synthetic THC products like Delta 8 and Delta 10. That's in sections 2 through 5. These are man-made synthetic drugs that many states have already condemned. It regulates the hemp beverages like beer through the Department of Revenue and the ABC program. The beverages can have no more and no less than 12 ounces per container with no more than 5 milligrams of THC. That's in sections 19 through 80, lots of code section there. It moves all hemp cultivation, processing, distribution, and retail oversight from the Department of Agriculture to the Department of Health. That's in sections 3 through 18. That's a brief description of the bill. If you, like me, want to make sure that the hemp that is sold in gas station is exactly what they claim it is and not more, and require it to be tested, this is your bill. It requires it to be tested. If it passes, it passes. If it fails, it fails. That's my explanation of the bill.
Questions? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, will gentlemen yield?
I do.
I guess my first question is, so I'm looking at the bill on the computer. Is Amendment 1 the original bill as introduced? Because I can't pull up Amendment 1.
Amendment 1 is Senate Bill 2706.
Okay. I'll go back to that. I just, one basic question. The thing I'm concerned about is, so I remember when we passed the bill authorizing hemp, and we put it under the Department of Agriculture, there are a number of people, and I don't know them, I don't know the product, don't use the product, but I know there are a lot of people who have invested a lot into this industry and into the sale and manufacture of this product. And I understand your argument that it has more THC in it than medical marijuana. But is there been an issue? Is it a public safety issue? Is it a public health issue? Has there been some complaint in that way? What are we trying to arrest?
Well, it's against federal law, gentlemen. It's against federal law to be above 0.3%. All we're asking is for it to be tested.
Okay.
And if it's less, then great, they can keep selling it.
Well, so the people who have you know, we've had it on the books for a while. The people who have invested in this industry, is it going to cause a big economic impact negatively on them? Did they see this coming?
Do you think that we should protect people who are selling marijuana legally?
No, I'm not speaking against the bill. I'm just asking that question.
I don't think we should protect them. I think we should require those products to be tested. This also makes the people who purchase those products have to be 21 or above as well. And that's currently a problem.
So there hasn't been any you haven't heard from anybody in the industry about what it'll have in terms of their business, employees, and that kind of thing?
I've just heard that the products that have been tested have all been, like just recently, and then a year ago as well when we did this, went around and bought some products in Flowood in my district, and in Representative Powell's district, and in Ridgeland, bought some products in some convenience stores. And one of our testing centers tested those products, and every single product had more THC than is allowable in the medical cannabis program. Right there in the gas station, never having been tested, never having been held accountable for what's inside that packaging. All I'm asking is let's test it. Let's test it.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Questions on the bill, Mr.
You're recognized.
I yield.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlemen, listen, I don't think that anyone is
this was good.
Hesitant over the restrictions. Making sure that what's on the label is actually what's in the product.
Yes, sir.
My question is, what does this really do for small businesses? The estimates I've gotten is that this legislation may put out could possibly harm over 500 to 2,000 of these gas stations.
There are two bills coming to us from the Senate that ban all these products. And I imagine that would be very harmful to those folks. This bill requires testing and, and there are penalties if it's too high.
Okay. But there's a criminal component to this as well, right?
Well, if you're selling marijuana, yes, there is a criminal component.
Can you walk me through that? If I'm a store owner, can you walk me through the criminalization of it?
Sure. So,
Mr. Speaker, I can't hear.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I can't hear my.
Gentleman's indicating he cannot hear. Please keep your conversation to a minimum. Let's have order.
Gentlemen, the way that I anticipate this would work is that we would pass it now with a July 1 effective date. By the way, it does have a reverse repealer in. We're not finished with this bill by any means. So there's still plenty of time to add, subtract, whatever. But between now and July 1, they would have the opportunity to get rid of their current stock, sell their stock, and by July 1st, the Department of Health and Department of Revenue would put a regulatory program in place similar to what we have with medical cannabis to make sure that the products that are being made for sale to the public are exactly what they say they are and that they contain a certain amount of THC and not more.
One last question. How is this mislabeling happening? How are these products getting this? Is it the store owner going out there to say, I want this mislabeled product, or how's this happening?
I'm sure it's the manufacturer.
Manufacturer.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, you might get a class action lawsuit against them.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
I do.
I have two concerns about this matter.
Yes,
Number one, you said testing centers. Are these independent or third-party testers? Is not the government doing the testing, the health department?
These are the testers as part of our medical cannabis program.
Okay, tell us about these testers. You said testing centers.
Sure. We created them as part of the 2022 bill. When we created the medical cannabis program, we required all the products to be tested to make sure that they didn't contain any additional drugs like fentanyl, to make sure that there wasn't too much lead, to make sure that there weren't pesticides or insecticides inside the product. So all these products are required to be tested to make sure they're pure. We want to make sure we're looking out for the public.
I understand what testing is for, but who regulates the testers? How do we know the testers?
The Department of Health regulates them.
Department of Health.
The Department of Health, yes, sir.
All right, the second question is, you talk about 1,800 convenience stores statewide. How in the world are you going to dispose of the ones that are over the limit? I mean, how are they going to get rid of them, and will they get back on the black market, perhaps?
I propose that they have a sale between now. I propose they have a sale between now and July 1. I mean, they have some time to get rid of their inventory, and to be compliant from July 1 on.
So you're saying get rid of what they got now by July 1?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's going to be a massive undertaking.
They may put some things on sale. Fire sale.
Thank you.
Smoke sale.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
For a light interrogation.
Very light. All right, so back to the testing process. So you say they're independent testing centers, and there will be testing to make sure that
they're licensed by the Department of Health now. Yes, sir.
So all products are tested through these entities?
That's right.
So once it leaves testing, once it's given to whoever's going to be distributing it, do they have access to know what the numbers were?
Okay, so the products will have to be tested, and the way that it works right now, the Department of Health, those numbers are turned into the Health Department, and the Health Department determines what passes and what fails.
All right, so last question I have, I'm looking at lines 645 through 657, where it talks about the criminal penalty of $10,000 or imprisonment for a person that sells a product that does not fall within these guidelines. So what I want to know is, suppose there's inaccuracy in testing, will a clerk at a store possibly go to jail? Will the owner of a store go to jail? How do we police that?
Person or business entity that purposefully, knowingly, or recklessly sells. This is the same language for selling marijuana.
So this is geared towards somebody that's selling marijuana
That's
and
right.
not cannabis, so it's not going to be subjected to our retailers.
Well, this is going to include Delta 8, Delta 10, THCA. All the synthetics are banned. So anything that is, pure CBD would be allowed. Anything that is a synthetic process used to create certain chemicals, those are the things that we're watching out for.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Introduction out of order, sir.
You're recognized.
Thank you. In the North Gallery, I'd like to introduce Ms. Elizabeth Harris and the Mississippi Forum for Future Early Education Coalition. They're members of all across the state, from Delta, the Golden Triangle, the Coast, and the Pine Belt. If y'all would stand and make them feel welcome.
Welcome. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, I have a friend of mine, and Miss Thelma Cox. She's here with the early childhood care, but she's a personal friend of mine, and she's a super lady, so please make her welcome to her capital.
Welcome, lady. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
I do. I was hoping I'd get to talk to you.
Well, you are my survivor friend, so we always have conversations.
We're brothers.
Survivor
brothers.
I have a question. Someone represented to me that this could possibly hinder about 500 stores in the state from continuing to do business. Have you had any conversation about that?
Well, as I mentioned before, this is not the bill that was on the calendar. This is amendment, and that there are a couple of bans coming over from the Senate, and those bans certainly would create that kind of disruption. This simply tests the product, and if the product is less than 0.3%, then it's good. If it's over 0.3%, then it would not be allowed.
So,
which is federal law.
Okay, so I was reviewing the legislation. Tell me about, so what if you are doing edibles and drinks and smoothies and stuff like that? How would this piece of legislation impact that?
If you had a business and you were selling edibles and drinks and smoothies, so your edibles would have to be under 0.3% THC. Your drinks, if they're hemp drinks, would have to be less than 5 milligrams per 12-ounce can, less than the 0.3%. And your smoothies would have to fit the same category. I mean, it would work.
So have you had any conversation with the hemp retailers? Have y'all had any dialogue about this?
I have had lots of dialogue. I wouldn't say they're supportive, but I've had dialogue.
So,
and I've talked with their lobbyists as well.
So
I talk to everybody.
Is this industry being over-regulated, or you feel as though it's been under-regulated?
Well, they're currently not being regulated, so you tell me.
Okay, so I'm just curious. Small businesses, people trying to open up a business and work, and how
I'm not trying to hurt anybody selling hemp. Okay, anything less than 0.3% THC is fair game.
Okay.
Sell all of it they want.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Mr. Speaker, introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, if you all will make welcome Columbus's own election commissioner, Ms. Julie Parker. Make her feel welcome.
Welcome. Lady from Hines, did you have a question? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
who is responsible for paying for the testing?
The testing would be, the manufacturers would have to pay for the testing.
The manufacturer?
Yes.
And not the distributor?
Right.
Okay. And so if the product is found to be over the limit...
Now, the manufacturer may pass the cost on to the distributor. I don't know how they're going to do that, but you know how they are.
Is there a registry already of manufacturers?
There is a registry of products that will be available made possible by this bill as well. So...
But in terms of the product that's tested...
I mean, so the Department of Health and Revenue would establish that process by which they would, handle the manufacturers and the distributors, and they would keep up with all of that and probably have it on their website.
Okay. And if the product is over the limit, what is the penalty?
Well, it wouldn't be allowed to be sold. So just the fact that it's over the limit doesn't mean anyone's at fault. It just means it tested over the limit. So it would have to be destroyed in the same way that medical cannabis, if it's over 30% THC in the flower form, they have to have a disposal method, or they have to have a way to remediate it so that it will be less than the limit and use it in, concentrates or edibles.
Are there any fines or fees associated with that?
Only if they sell it. Only if they sell it.
If they sell it after it's been tested?
Yes, and it's hot. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum, for interrogation.
Sergeant Major.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Okay, just like in the police station, I'm going to put you under a little duress. I'm going to keep you there for a second. Most of these products are sold in the low to moderate income communities, correct?
They're sold all over the state. I don't know where they're sold. The ones that were tested were sold in Flowood on Lakeland Drive, where I live, and they were sold in Ridgeland up there somewhere. So I don't know exactly where they bought them, but they're places where everybody lives.
Okay, the reason I asked that question, I remember working with you last year on these type of bills when they was mislabeling and mismarketing regular candies and chips and Doritos and different things.
Yes, sir.
In these same stores.
Yes, sir.
And what this bill is going to do, it's going to just make sure whatever sold to the people in the public is under the federal guidelines that can be sold to everyday consumer, correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay, so this bill is actually to keep the public safety, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Anything in closing, gentlemen?
Move adoption of the amendment, I think, first.
He moves adoption of the amendment. Question recurs on the amendment, on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 82 yeas, 25 nays, the bill passes. All right, now we will go back to, I believe, item 5 on the calendar is what we were down to when the gentleman from State Affairs, and then he began his request, unanimous consent to skip around. So we are down to item 5, education. I was just talking to the chairman up here. Where is he? Is he back there? Oh, he's coming back there. We're waiting on you, gentlemen. Yeah, you can get it right here.
Mr. Speaker, if we could skip number 5 and hold its place on the calendar.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. All right, now we're down to item 6. I believe the lady from Pearl River. I'll recognize you, lady from Pearl River. Item 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to pass on item 6 and retain its place on the calendar.
Thank you, lady. We will do that. All right. Now I believe, if my math is correct, that brings us down to item 11. And the chairman of gaming. You are recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I go to item 11, House Bill 1349. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the Vice Chairman to handle the bill.
Vice Chairman is recognized to explain the bill.
Okay, I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You want to explain your amendment now, gentlemen?
Please, amendment changes line 454 of the bill from July the 1st of 2025 to January the 1st of 2026. That's all it does.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the adoption of Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Gentlemen, you're recognized now to explain the bill.
House Bill 1349 seeks to reclaim the child support arrearages from gambling winnings and comes to us by way of the Mississippi Department of Human Resources and with support of the Mississippi Attorney General's Office. Mississippi Department of Human Services have been tasked with increasing collections and have identified casino winnings as a possibility. The Mississippi Gaming Commission and Mississippi Gaming and Hospitality Association were consulted on this legislation, and the bill would take effect on January 1 of 2026. It just allows the Mississippi Department of Human Services to hold winnings over $1,200, which are generated in a casino with an IRS W-2G form. And that's the standard throughout the country. Surrounding states do it as well. And the bill would take effect January 1st of 2026. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, how is DHS and the casinos, how are they going to keep an accurate amount of these arrears that are being owed to DHS? How are they going to, like, how is this even going to work? I'm just trying to ask some questions.
The Department of Human Services already has that database, and they're charged with integrating that into the casinos. They're going to be responsible. I will add that if for some reason or another that system is not working at the time someone has a winnings, they cannot be held up for that cause. The casinos will pay that immediately. So no one will be held up over any disagreement. Should there be a disagreement, that person would have, the casino has 7 days to send the money that they collect from that person's winnings to the Department of Human Services, and that person would have a period of 30 days to make any claim against that collection.
Okay, so is there going to be some type of due process in place for the individual that's gambling on the casino?
No, it'd be just like we use in the lottery system, for example. They already have the technology and the database set up. It's just a matter of implementing it.
This is being used in the lottery now, the lottery system?
Yes, sir.
Now? Okay. All right. Now, do you think that this law will push people away from going to casinos if they know they owe child support?
I think this law will push people who are choosing to go gamble at the casinos who have child arrearages to pay their child support.
Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. He passes. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
I was in the room when you had the debate with the committee. About the child support and how the gaming committee, the DHS would collect these funds from individuals. My question and concern is, what about those individuals who have a dispute with respect to what DHS says that they owe versus what the individual has paid and has agreed to pay for? And you have situations like that where you have individuals who are actually working to pay the child support that's been demanded by them or agreed to, and you have other individuals who have already made concessions to say, hey, I want to pay child support, put me on this. Help me understand that if there's a dispute with respect to that.
Yes, sir. It's my understanding that that person who disputes it would have a 30 days period to dispute it. And in a situation like you're explaining.
I don't have no child support, but go ahead.
What's that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean you, sir.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Anyhow, during that time period, I think that process with the Mississippi Department of Human Services, if there'd already been an agreement worked out there was some type of that's when that would be worked out. If for some reason that couldn't get worked out in that hearing, then they would go into I believe it's the county court. I believe that would go to county court. Don't hold me to, but it would start into the court. They would have the opportunity to appeal into the courts.
Can you imagine someone winning large sum of money? Let's just say $5,000. Their excitement of winning that and being only told that I have to wait 30 plus days in order to get this dispute, a remedy for the dispute rather. Could you understand the mental impressions that would lead on that individual, would have on that individual?
I think we're talking about something that would probably be such a rare occurrence that I don't, yes, I could understand.
All right, thank you, Jim.
All right, I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. Anything further?
No, sir, call a question.
You move final passes?
Final passes, I'm sorry.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 88 yeas, 23 nays, the bill passes. I believe that now puts us down to item 14. Chairman of Marine Resources, do you wish to take up your bills? You pass? You want them to hold their place? You want them to go to the Hill? We can do that too, gentlemen. That brings us back to education. Chairman from Oktibbeha, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we can go to item number 15, House Bill number 1527, call up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a committee sub.
Yes, sir, I'd call the committee sub up.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment, and it may be easier just to go ahead and do the amendment first.
All right. You're recognized for your amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment, to tell you what, I'll read the short title real quick. This is financial literacy curriculum required the State Board of Education to create for all public schools students through grade 6 through 8. The financial literacy side of things. This amendment takes out on amends on line 29 by inserting the following after the comma: any eligible funds from settlements or penalties collected by the state or any state agency, and then it goes on further amending, striking section 2, lines 47 through 49, and then further amends renumbering it so that it makes sense after you take that out. What the amendment does is allows any monies to be used in here in this particular, to finance this particular literacy program instead of using just banking money. That's what the amendment does. That's my explanation of the amendment. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer it.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, are you familiar with junior achievement?
I am familiar with it, but I don't know probably as much as you do.
Well, this is a program that junior achievement has been very successful. In fact, Mississippi no longer has a junior achievement program because there was no funding for it statewide. I think you've done this state a great service by bringing this legislation forward.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm excited to see what this will do in the state as well.
I don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. That basically is what it does.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. You move final passage?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No, none at this time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 16, House Bill 1405, and call it up. Use your motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Got a committee sub, Mr. Speaker.
And the gentleman's got a committee sub. He'd like to move to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I do that, if you in the House would indulge me for a few minutes, we've been speaking on different things today, from alcohol to gambling. There was something else we was talking on, hemp, but now we're going to talk about gospel music. Gospel music. I was going to sing y'all my favorite gospel song. There's always one in every crowd, isn't there? But I'd like to do, before I go over the bill, though, if y'all would kind of reminisce a little bit. Think about growing up. Think about church events or other events you go to that have gospel sings. Just reminisce a little bit. Gospel singing. Gospel choirs. Gospel quartets. Now, some of those groups, some of them bring you to tears because of the message. Others will bring smiles to your face. Guys, I don't get up here much. I put the white flags down. But anyway, but most of our entertainers will cut their teeth on gospel music. So think about that. There's all well known that started out gospel music. So we have several trail markers already established. We have the Blues Trail. We have the Country Music Trail. Have the Freedom Trail. Have the Writers Trail. Today we're going to talk about doing the Gospel Music Trail. And all this bill is doing, we're giving authority, requiring the Visit Mississippi and MDA to work on the infrastructure to bring back to us before next session, bring to the governor, legislators, a proposed legislation, how this thing's going to be set up. All these other trail markers have been set up a little different, but we're going to have them come back to us, set this up. There's no money in this bill, so that's one issue that all the trail markers have, lack of funds. But this will set this gospel music trail it up, and once this will go into effect upon passage, so they have plenty of time during the summer to get back to us prior to session. That explains my committee sub, Mr. Speaker. I only ask one request. If any questions, you would have to kind of tell me your favorite gospel song if you have a question.
Gentlemen's mind's unclouded day, but I would ask you a question. Is this going to require you to visit all these potential sites around the state to decide?
Yes, sir, it could, and I'm working on that.
Okay.
I did several this summer, sir.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Elections. Gentleman from Covington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good. Item number 17, House Bill 142, called up. Make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is pretty straightforward. Some of you may be aware, some of you may not be aware that several years ago the legislature permitted Board of Supervisors to provide a pay raise for poll workers on election day. The counties that did that, the poll workers wound up making more than the election commissioners on election day. And that has been a sore point for a lot of the election commissioners. This would permit but not require boards of supervisors to provide a commensurate raise for the election commissioners on election day to bring them to parity with the poll workers. And that is a description of the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Somebody vote the chairman. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 18, House Bill 177, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, have a committee sub to be considered in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
I'm going to have an amendment, but I'll wait if that's okay, Mr. Speaker, to explain the bill first, and then it'll be easier to explain the amendment after that. So the purpose of this bill is to make the process easier for those voting absentee and for your election workers, and it does a few different things. So as many of you will know, under current law, if you vote absentee in the circuit clerk's office, your ballot goes into an envelope where it stays until election night, at which time the resolution board makes sure that it meets, all the requirements it's supposed to, and they count your vote at that point. This would allow for those in-person votes in the circuit clerk's office to be cast the same way that you and I vote on election day, which is fill out your paper ballot and you feed it into the machine, and in this case it would stay there until election night. The benefit of that, I think I have had more than one of you who have expressed that you have constituents who don't like voting absentee because they're afraid somebody may be able to see how they vote. And quite truthfully, that is a legitimate concern because your resolution board could probably put 2 and 2 together if they wanted to and see how people voted, and that's not a good thing. It also would make counting ballots, absentee ballots, much, much, much faster because it would not have to be done by hand. It would be done by the machine just the same way as election day votes are cast. That is the first thing it does. The other thing it does has to do with how the resolution board can go about counting. In that case, it would be only mail ballots, right? Because your in-person absentees would be cast on be put in the machine. So your mail ballots, currently, your resolution board meets during election day, or either they can start at 7 p.m. When the polls close and start processing those ballots to make sure that they are meeting all the requirements, everything's filled out correctly. And this would allow but not mandate for them if they wanted to start the day before the election, not in counting the ballots, but in processing them, meaning making sure that they meet all the requirements that they're supposed to in order to be counted after the polls close on election night. It would require the election workers to finish counting ballots on election night. That would be the big change. You all know, and I know, that it does not, cause more integrity in elections when people go home, when there's votes still to be counted. They lock everything up and say, we'll start back tomorrow doing that. That's not a good thing, and it causes question marks, especially in very close elections. This would require them to finish counting ballots on election night, but it would be much easier to do so because all those absentee ballots cast in person would be able to be counted like that. And then the mail ballots would be able to be processed earlier. So that is a description of the bill. And the amendment I have, Mr. Speaker, amendment number 1, which I'll give to the clerk in just a second, would just make clear that they can't count ballots before election night. All they can do is process them. There was a little inconsistency in the bill that I just wanted to make clear.
Questions on Amendment 1? Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
I'll yield for questions on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good. Item number 19, House Bill 291, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many of you know, we have a sort of a hodgepodge of when runoffs are required and when they're not required. So we require runoffs if nobody gets a majority in statewide offices, in judge races, and in school board races. We don't require it in municipal races or county races. And I'm not sure that they probably are normally necessary, but you now, at least in my area, I'm sure in some other places too, we sort of have an advent of more and more people running as an independent, which of course creates a situation in which someone may get well below 50% of the vote and be elected. This would require for county officials, including county district officials, supervisors or justice court judges, it would require them to, well, not justice court judges, I'm sorry, that's in a different statute, but county officials would be required to get a majority of the vote in order to be elected. And so if nobody gets a majority on November the 4th or whatever, it would go to a runoff, and that is a description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott. She's shaking her head, gentlemen.
This is not good, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, now, do we have to get a majority if we run?
Legislators?
You know, this.
That is, when we did that a few years ago, my understanding is it only is statewide officials, it's not state district officials, so it's not us and not PSC and things like that.
Because I thought I heard you say district attorneys and...
No, I said county district officials. That'd be like your supervisors.
Okay, now let me ask you this, gentlemen. If the people have been nominated by their various parties, Libertarian, Green, Democrat, Republican, and they've gone through their primaries, then when they go into the general election, the primary people have been nominated, and you may perhaps have an independent, and then they go on out there and whoever gets the most votes wins. I'm trying to understand why we would want to have a runoff when we've had partisan primaries. I can see it with these things that you're talking about that are nonpartisan, but we've had partisan primaries in these particular instances for supervisor, for county officials, and what have you.
Well, the fact that there's partisan primaries to me is sort of irrelevant to this question, because you would agree with me, lady, I think, that you could theoretically have an election, you have a Republican and a Democrat and 5 independents, and somebody could get elected with 20% of the vote. Isn't that crazy? But I had that happen in my county. Now, I like the person that got elected, have nothing against him, But that should not be that you get elected with nowhere near a majority of the vote. We live in a republic form of democracy, right? You get elected with a majority of the vote. I think that's something that people expect.
But, gentlemen, again, I would say, because what has happened during that general election is that the electorate has worked its will. If it's 5 independents running, and if somebody gets 25% of the vote, and that is the largest amount of the vote cast, to me, the electorate has worked its will. That you had all of the parties had an opportunity to nominate their party person, from Green to Libertarian to, atheist, everybody. And then the independents have an opportunity to run. Gentlemen,
But just not to interrupt you, but the independents don't run against each other in a primary, right?
No.
And because they don't, that could easily and often does lead to a situation where the winner gets far, far below 50%. And I would say that is not a case of the electorate working its will. If the electorate works its will, somebody gets 50 plus 1. Wouldn't you agree?
Not in this instance, I wouldn't, gentlemen. And I'm serious about this. I keep saying that, we've gone through the initial process. Now we're at the general election. If the electorate chooses to split up their vote among all of these people, really, it just should be who has the most votes, in my mind, at that time. I think you would agree that when we have elections commissioners and we have judges, that they're running in a herd, and that certainly you should have a runoff. And sometimes even when you have a runoff, people don't get to 50%. We just had a presidential election, gentlemen, that neither candidate got to 50%, but we elected a president.
But that's controlled by federal law.
Well, and so I think and it has given us a good guide in this instance. That was the will of the people, working their will. You had Green parties, Libertarians, and all these other things working, and we had nominated the parties. I don't think this is I don't know what we're trying to cure, gentlemen, but I don't think this is the way to cure.
Well, what we're trying to cure is a situation in which the majority of the people would not have elected somebody that gets elected, which sounds kind of counterintuitive, but that absolutely is what could happen. And I think you would agree with me in a situation in which even, let's say, 10 people run as independents, and you got a Republican and a Democrat running, and somebody wins with 12% of the vote. I mean, that is a crazy scenario, but it is perfectly possible under current law. Now, I'm not saying it's likely, but I have seen them with people getting less than 30% of the vote and getting elected, and that leads to it can lead to some people getting elected who are on the extremes, who may not ever be able to get 51% of the vote, but they could get 25, they can get 30, they could never get 51. So that's what we're trying to cure.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I understand what you're trying to do here, but my question to you is, how can you cure voter apathy? Because that's what it seems like you're trying to do here with this bill.
I wouldn't say it's voter apathy. In what way do you think it's voter apathy?
Well, you just mentioned only 20% of the people get this individual elected. But
no, I'm sorry, I may not have been, no, not that 20% of the people vote, but that a candidate gets only 20% of the vote, of the people who do vote. So you could have great voter turnout and still have somebody that gets nowhere near 50% of the vote.
You referenced in your county where that occurred. Has it happened anywhere else?
I feel quite sure. I've had the people that I've mentioned it to here, I have had them say, we've had that happen in my county, where somebody could never have gotten 51%, but they could get 40 or they could get 35 or whatever because of the vote being split between so many different candidates.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. Final passage. He moves final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted?
Thank you.
Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas, 13 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, go to item number 20, House Bill 1585, called up, make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would do the exact same thing, but for municipal elections, but it does not go into effect till July 1, which is after this year's municipal elections would have already been held, so it would not affect this year's elections. I have an amendment to make at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker.
All right. You may explain your amendment.
The amendment would simply add a reverse repealer. The reason for that is I've been contacted by some from the Municipal League that under current law, as you know, general elections for municipals are held in June, and the swearing in is July 1, so it doesn't leave much time under current law for a runoff. And so they're concerned about that. If we can find a way to fix it, we'll fix it. If we can't, then it's not going to come out. So that's why I'm putting a reverse repealer in it. And I'd appreciate you adopting the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. The question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Gentleman from Pike for a question. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, how would this affect like my town where all the candidates run at large?
All the candidates for like mayor.
Well, all the candidates, yeah, for mayor and for city council.
They would be required to have a majority.
So typically what we do is the four candidates that get the most votes are the ones that are deemed the winners. And so how would this bill affect them?
That's a good question, gentlemen, that I hadn't thought about, because some of them do that. They top 5 get elected, so it's a good thing we have a reverse repealer in it, because that's another. I do think they should get a majority, right? Because again, same situation as we talked about earlier. If you had a whole bunch of people running, you may have people getting elected that could never get anywhere close to a majority of support.
Gentlemen, you'd be amenable to me holding this bill on a motion so we can work that out?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas, 13 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. McMillan, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
We've got a group from Mississippi College, young Republican group, coming here to visit your Capitol today. And in that group, we have Commissioner Andy Gibson's son, Ben Gibson, in that group. So welcome to the Capitol.
Welcome, young people. Good to have you here. I thought former Senator Kenny Wayne Jones was in that young Republican group for just about a half a minute. He has his red tie on and everything. Don't jump over the ledge, gentlemen. All right, I recognize the chairman, gentleman from Covington, for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 21, House Bill 811, called up, make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Ask that you recognize the lady from Hines, Ms. Yates, to present the bill.
Lady from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 811 is identical to a bill that we passed out last session.
What this bill would do is add a requirement that when you turn in your papers to qualify to run for office, you have to present a copy of a valid Mississippi identification card with that. And you also have to have that form, your candidate qualification form, notarized. This also provides a fine of $500 per candidate per qualifying form that is submitted after the qualifying deadline. Right now, the deadline to turn in qualifying forms is at 5 o'clock. If those are not turned into the Secretary of State's office by 6 o'clock on qualifying deadline, a fee of $500 per candidate will be assessed against the state executive committee that is turning those in late. This also adds a provision that any candidate who is voted outside of his or her jurisdiction in which he or she seeks to represent during the period in which the candidate is required to have lived within the jurisdiction shall not have their name placed upon the ballot. And it also streamlines and adds uniformity to the process for challenging candidate qualifications. Under this new process, the executive committee would review and determine whether or not to certify a candidate. They would then send that list to the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary of State's office would review the executive committee's decisions. If the Secretary of State's office agrees with the committee's determinations, that determination would stand. If the Secretary of State's office finds that the executive committee determination was an error, then the Secretary of State's office would send notice of this to the executive committee and the candidate and provide either with an opportunity to appeal. Any candidate that was aggrieved by the Secretary of State's appeal process could then appeal to the circuit court. And that is a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady here.
Yes.
So the first offense, are you telling me that is a $500 fee for the first offense?
If you do not turn in your qualifying papers by the deadline that is in the statutory code, yes, you have to meet the deadline or you will be fined.
So are there any exemptions for maybe why they're turning me in late? I mean,
no, sir. You have to meet the deadline that's in the code.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady yell?
Yes.
Lady, we're trying to read it quickly over here. Can you go back through the appeals process? Or did I hear you talk about that? Is that, let me tell you where I want you to start.
Sure.
Once you qualify over at the whichever place you're qualifying, and certainly they will have your papers in by 6. Then the Secretary of State has to peruse all of these applications for what qualifications?
Yes, so the executive committee will still make the initial review and determine whether or not to certify the candidates. Then that list of certified candidates will be sent to the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary of State's office will then review that list that it receives from the executive committees. And if the Secretary of State's office agrees with the certification, then the process is done. If the Secretary of State's office finds that the executive committee made an error in determining to certify a candidate, then the Secretary of State's office will send notice of that to the executive committee and to the candidate. There will be a hearing and an opportunity to appeal that hearing decision if the candidate does not agree with the outcome of that hearing. And if they want to appeal that, then it goes to the court.
Okay, so let's go back. What does the Secretary of State review for?
To make sure that all of the guidelines have been met and that all the candidates have been certified in accordance with law.
Okay, so they're looking to see that a notary was a notary, that you have turned in your $35, I don't even know, whatever the price is, that has been done.
That you are registered to vote, that you meet all the requirements, yes.
So all that comes from the executive committee and they just look it over, right?
That is correct.
All right, now how long will it, you know, used to be 10 days before everybody had to be certified. Is it still 10 days in here?
Yeah, I can walk you through the exact number of days.
Yes, we need to know that. Or if it didn't change, you don't have to tell us.
So it does change slightly. Give me just a second and I'll get you to all the proper lines. It starts around lines 240. So let's see. All right, it starts at line 260. So it says the proper executive committee makes a determination as to whether or not to certify the candidate 5 days after the qualifying deadline in a presidential or primary election, 15 days after the qualifying deadline in a federal or midterm election, 30 days after the qualifying during statewide elections.
Wait. Now, this is going from 10 to 30 days before everything is decided?
Let me keep going, yeah.
Y'all better wake up.
Once the proper executive committee has made that decision, they have to transmit a list of all of that to the Secretary of State's office. Once the Secretary of State's office gets that list, they have 5 days after the deadline of the executive committee to then, and again, those deadlines are all laid out right there, to make their decision. If the executive committee qualified a candidate and everything is good, then they'll appear on the ballot. If the executive committee disqualified a candidate and the Secretary of State's office determines that decision was proper, then obviously that candidate would not appear on the ballot. The candidate, again, may appeal. The executive, the appeal shall occur within 10 business days after a determination was made by the Secretary of State's office. After the appeal, the Secretary of State shall have 10 days to consider the appeal. If the Secretary of State upholds their decision, the candidate would not be placed on the ballot. Secretary of State upholds its decision that the candidate was improperly disqualified, then the name of that candidate shall be placed on the ballot. Any candidate who is aggrieved by the decision of the Secretary of State may appeal in accordance with 2315-961, which is existing law.
Okay, lady. Now, this 30 days troubles me. I can see the 5 days for the Secretary of State. That makes sense. Then I can see 10 days. But this 30 days and then 10 more days for the a person to appeal. And what we're doing now is, and I think you would agree, we qualify on February the 1st, y'all. Now it'll be April before we know really whether we're on the ballot or not. Yeah, at least April. Well, the last of March. And did the committee give any consideration to the length of time that are these changes? This is crazy. Y'all need to vote against this. I ain't asking that.
Right. Yeah, so the issue is that right now under current law, you have your qualifying deadline, and then within 10 days, someone has to make a decision about whether or not to challenge those qualifications. This provides additional time to make sure that the candidates that are being placed on the ballot meet the qualifications under the law and should actually be placed on the ballot.
But you said that we're making it new, and the committees have to get your ID. They have to have somebody notarize that you're who you are. You have to pay your money. They have to turn it in. Then the Secretary of State has 5 days to review and say whether all of that is true or not true. What you just said there is different.
What I said to you is what existing law is.
But what your bill is doing is changing that.
The bill does change existing law, yes. You asked me, had we given any consideration to, and I was explaining to you why we were changing existing law.
So my last question then, lady, is can you tell the House from the qualifying, from the time that a person turns in the document, from that day until a person is qualified, forgetting the appeal process, but just qualified, how many days is that?
So assuming that there were no challenges and that the Secretary of State's office agrees with the Executive Committee's decision, it would be a total of 35 days from the qualifying deadline.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady, will you yield?
Yes.
For some of the smaller parties, and I'm talking about independent party and so on and so forth.
There's no independent party.
Okay.
Are you concerned about centralizing this type of power all under the Secretary of State's office?
No. What this would do is provide a centralized overview process of the qualifying process.
But
yeah.
But this legislation does give additional weight to the Secretary of State's office. This is where I'm going with this. It could be is a partisan position, right? Secretary of State.
Are you asking, are they elected as a partisan position? Yes, it is.
Okay. Therefore, their weighing in on this could actually benefit or be to the detriment of who's ever in power, whatever party is in power.
I don't think that is going to happen. No.
What safeguards do we have in place to make sure that it doesn't happen?
So this is a review process. You still have the executive committee certifying candidates. You have the Secretary of State's office who's over all of our elections in the whole state reviewing that. If someone is aggrieved, there's still an appeal process through our courts, which currently exists. We're not taking that away.
But through the appeals process, the Secretary of State does still weigh in on that process and can give actually more weight to that conversation than, because it is partisan. In other words, we do have a dilemma when it's top heavy, folks can weigh in on it, and some of the other organizations or parties can kind of be dismissed. And also too, while you're pondering on that, what about grassroots organizations that don't have access to attorneys and things of that nature? This could be burdensome. $500 fee is pretty exorbitant for some of these communities to absorb.
So I don't know what community you're referring to absorb a $500 fee. It would be the executive committee that would be absorbing. Yeah.
Executive committee and some of our smaller communities don't have the resources to do that.
Then they should turn in the qualifying papers by the statutory deadline that has been in law for decades.
This bill seems very punitive.
It is simply meant to get people to follow the law.
On our books right now, they do not follow the law. What are the recourses from the Secretary of State and what's already in place?
So unfortunately right now, the law states that the qualifying deadline is at 5 o'clock and that everything needs to be turned in by then. There are no teeth. And so the Secretary of State has been waiting until 11 o'clock sometimes on qualifying deadline for people to come and bring their paperwork. We need some teeth. This adds that.
So we're talking about an additional of 10 hours of inconvenience?
As opposed to having people follow the law, yes. We're simply asking people to follow the law.
Say again? Does this also deal with municipal elections?
So, no.
Okay. I'll yield the floor. I may have questions. Thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
And I heard one thing and I hadn't been able to let go, so just let me clarify. So when I see that I have an opponent or no opponent at 5 o'clock and I rest easy saying, oh, thank goodness, that's really not true?
That is not true at all.
So when did that become not true?
That has always been not true.
Ooh, okay. So why don't we do that? If you didn't do what the law stated that you do, why don't we just not let you be in the election after 5 o'clock?
Well, we had a version that contemplated that, and it was considered that there might be some constitutional issues in simply disqualifying the candidates, since the candidates are turning in their paperwork to the executive committee and not turning in their paperwork directly to the Secretary of State's office. As an independent, on the other hand, if I don't turn in my paperwork by the deadline at 5 o'clock, I am disqualified. I don't have any leeway at all because I'm not turning in anything to the executive committee. As a Republican or as a Democrat, if you're going through an executive committee, you get an additional hour grace period, even under this law.
So I would love for you to look into, at 5 o'clock, if you haven't done your duty and done your paperwork, then you're probably not going to be very good at this job anyway.
I don't disagree.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady, can you explain the residency verification?
Are you referring to the provision that states that if you're a candidate who's voted outside of your jurisdiction in which you're seeking to represent during the period of time that you're required to have lived there, that your name won't be placed on the ballot?
Yes.
What's your question about that?
How are the executive committee supposed to verify that?
So they can look and see where a person, so someone turns in their ID, for instance, it has your address on there. You're also having to certify on your form when you turn in to qualify where you live and where you're running in, and you also have to certify that you've lived there for the certain amount of time. They can look at voter records, voter registration, and see where somebody has voted. If you voted, for instance, if you're running in your district, but just last year you voted in my district, that's a problem.
How do they access those records?
They're public record.
Why is it a problem? How do they access those records?
From the circuit clerk.
So every executive committee would have to request voting records of each candidate in order to qualify them.
They wouldn't have to. I mean, if they want to just certify people without checking it, which is what's happening now, I guess they could continue to do that. But then the Secretary of State's office has an additional layer under this bill where they get to go in and check to make sure that someone who has been certified should be certified.
Well, I understand that they wouldn't have to. I mean, we don't have to vote on this bill either, but what you're requiring in the language is that they request and they review every candidate's voting record to determine their residency.
Which they should be doing anyway. They shouldn't be certifying somebody who doesn't actually meet the requirements to run.
Well, that's not a requirement to certify their voting records.
It is a requirement.
It only requires that where they live, the address that they live is within the district that they are vying for their position in.
And that they have lived at that address for the sufficient amount of time, all of that, yes.
So what do the voting records have to do with the residency?
Because if they're voting somewhere outside of where they're saying they've resided, then that's contrary to the affirmation that they're making.
What qualifies as or how do you define jurisdiction?
Your district, for instance.
So that's only for the election that you're running for?
I don't understand your question.
We have municipal elections, we have county elections, we have all kinds of elections.
Yes, so if you voted outside of the jurisdiction that you're seeking to represent. So for instance, if I'm running to represent House District 64, and I've had to live there for X number of years, but during that period of time, I'm voting in Madison County instead of House District 64 in Hinds County, I would be disqualified from being placed on the ballot to run to represent House District 64.
Lady, does the language in the bill say any election?
I'll read it directly from the bill. Give me just 1 second. Let me get it pulled up. So for instance, on line 248, it's where it starts. It says, whether the candidate has voted in any election outside of the jurisdiction in which he or she seeks to represent during the period in which the candidate is required to have resided within the jurisdiction. If a candidate is found to have voted in any election outside of the jurisdiction that he or she seeks to represent during the period in which the candidate is required to have resided within the jurisdiction, the name of such candidate shall not appear on the ballot.
Lady, do you have more than one city council in your district? City council person in your district?
No, I vote for one. I have one ward. Are you asking me who I vote for?
No, do you, in your district, in the boundaries of your district, do you have more than one city council district?
I do, but I only vote for one of them, and that is within my legislative district. So I've never voted outside of my legislative district that I represent.
Do you have more than one supervisor district within your district?
I do, but I vote for one that falls within my legislative boundaries.
Got it. So the language that you just read to me starting on line 248 talks about any election outside of the jurisdiction, which technically could mean that if you are voting for a council person or a supervisor that is outside of the district in which you want to represent, that you would be disqualified from running for that seat.
No, if I was voting in an election that fell outside of my boundaries. If I vote for the council person that's running for election that's within my boundaries, that falls within the scope of this. If I go and vote in an election for a council person that is outside of the scope of my legislative boundaries, like if I go and vote in your city council race, that's not allowed.
I think it calls into question whether or not, particularly given that cities redistrict and counties redistrict, that you could potentially vote in a separate jurisdiction within that 4-year period that would then disqualify you to run as a candidate in your district.
So we worked with the Secretary of State's office on drafting this language, and they have assured us that there's no possibility or no way in which that would happen.
All right, gentleman from October, Mr. Taylor, for what purpose?
Interrogation.
If the lady will yield.
Lady, would you
Chair?
yield this? So I think my heartburn about this bill is the strict timeline. Can you talk about the submission process, the qualifying process being at 5, and all these documents have to be transmitted by 6 o'clock? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what I've read is that not only you have 1 hour from a person qualifying at 5 o'clock to submit all of that documentation to the Secretary of State, you got 1 hour. Is that correct?
So when you say all that documentation, it would be a copy of a driver's license and, I mean, what, 1-2 pieces of paper per candidate?
Per candidate. Maybe the internet goes down. Maybe electricity is off. And also, too, I just have to say, I deal with the Secretary of State office all the time, and no one has ever said that this has been an issue. The other part that's really...
Well, we talked about this bill last year on the floor, you and I did. So
Sure did.
you've known at least since then that it was an issue.
I knew that you had an issue with it.
Well, and the Secretary of State's office.
The Secretary of State's never made any comments to me, who actually is over certifying some of these things in some extenuating circumstances. But 1 hour to transmit, and then $500 per incident.
Yes.
So again, for a smaller commission, that could bankrupt them. So if I'm qualifying 5 or 6 people, have to go get an attorney, have to go get it appealed.
You just have to turn it in on time.
But there are barriers in the way that could happen. This leads no way for any type of mistake. There should be at least a clause in here that says, under these circumstances, then these things will be permitted. But there is no leeway for any type of mistake.
All you have to do is follow the law, and there's nothing that says that you have to wait until 5 o'clock even to turn in all your papers at the same time.
Some people don't come in till 4:59.
Some don't. So wait and do those last few right at the last second.
There are people in this chamber who, as a strategy, has used coming in at 4:45.
Maybe they'll rethink that, but there is an hour. I don't get an extra hour as an independent even. I have to have mine in at 5 o'clock on the dot. Electricity be damned.
Gentlelady, I think this bill is highly punitive. I don't think it gives enough time. There's no allowances for any mistake, and it could actually bankrupt some of these volunteer organizations that are trying to do their best to make sure that the election process and democracy actually prevails.
There are no volunteer executive committees.
I'm against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 82 yeas, 27 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, we go down to item number 24, House Bill 724.
Gentleman's asking for unanimous consent to go to item 24. Is there objection? Hearing none, we can do that, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the last elections bill, and I'll be out of your way.
Thank you.
So it's a good bill. So this, as many of you will remember, we had a bill last year regarding ballot harvesting that said that if you have a mail ballot, that the only person that can transmit it for you...
Gentlemen, let me stop you. Let's call that bill up.
I'm sorry. Call the bill up, make the usual motion, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized for explain the bill.
So, on current law on ballot harvesting is that only a family member, household member, or caregiver can transmit your ballot for you. This law would create a criminal penalty for something that probably all of us would assume would already be criminal, and that would be if you are tasked with transmitting someone's ballot for them and you purposely choose not to transmit it. So you don't take it to the post office, you leave it sitting in your car, or you destroy it. Currently, there's not a statute that makes that a criminal, and that could be a caregiver. Potentially, that could be a postal worker who intends to deprive you of your vote, and so they don't transmit your ballot for that purpose. This is not to catch someone who, negligently doesn't turn your ballot in. This requires the intention of doing so to deprive you of your vote, and that is a description of the bill. Now,
questions on the bill? I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 89 yeas, 18 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Tipple, Mr. Stevenson.
Introduction.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Direct your attention to the South Gallery. Sitting with the evil Thompson twins, we have Molly Alexander and Natalie Brunson Wheeler with State Farm. Please welcome to the Capitol.
Welcome, ladies. All right, we are down to items 22 and 23. I believe those are drug policy. Lady from Pearl River.
Place on the calendar.
Thank you, lady. We will do that. That brings us down to item 25, education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to number 25, House Bill number 1621, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
If the gentleman from Itawamba could be recognized to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Itawamba is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
All right, you want to explain your amendment? Mr. Clerk, have a copy?
Yes.
You want to explain that amendment?
Ladies and gentlemen, this just strikes Section 1's line 14 through 23 in the bill, and it renumbers the succeeding sections. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Don't hear any. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill simply allows school districts to use the funding formula that we increased for CTE students to use that money for equipment, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Nothing further at this time.
Anything further? Okay. I believe that gets us down to corrections in item 26. Lady from Lincoln, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 26, House Bill 249, and make the usual motion.
949. Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, lady.
Thank you. I'm asking the gentleman from Newton to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Newton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Lady Chair. House Bill 949 is an extension of a repealer for a drug and alcohol treatment program in Bolivar County at that facility there. This just continues to allow the Mississippi Department of Corrections to enter into an agreement with Bolivar County up to 250 inmates. This extends the repealer to 2028 for them to continue a drug and alcohol rehab program for inmates that are within 18 months of being discharged or being up for parole. And that's an explanation of the bill and repealer, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
You said alcohol and drug program. Now that's kind of broad. What in the world is that? What does it consist of?
It's just an educational program for inmates that have had drug or alcohol abuse, and they are within 18 months of being out on parole, and they can, if the Department of Corrections and that inmate agrees, they send them to this rehab program at Bolivar.
So it's actually an alcohol and drug rehab program?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 27, House Bill 1001, and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Lady, I see you got a committee sub.
Yes, sir.
She moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you. I would like to ask the gentleman from Bolivar to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Bolivar is recognized to explain the committee sub.
I meant Lowndes. I got the wrong candidate.
Gentleman from Lowndes. I can't see down there, so I can't see. Gentlemen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1001 aims to establish the Mississippi Inmate Labor Accountability and Rehabilitation Act, which authorized the Commissioner of the Mississippi Department of Corrections to oversee the sale of goods, services, and merchandise produced by inmates. The legislation focused on several key components. Sale authorization. The bill allows sales of all inmates' manufactured goods and services with the Commission responsible for establishing an oversight committee to review and approve what can be sold. 2, proceeds allocation. The proceeds from these sales will be allocated in a specific manner. MAGCOR will oversee the money generated, not MDOC. 25% will be directed towards fulfilling financial obligations such as child support, restitution fees, and technical violation fees. 15% will be allocated for administrative expenses. Inmates will retain 50% of their earnings, while the remaining 10% will be used for their canteen expenses. Inmate training programs, the MDOC is required to provide educational programs, including financial literacy training, to equip inmates with skills that enhance their rehabilitation and reintegrate them back into society. Incentives for participation. Inmates involved in this program will receive incentives such as reduced time for good behavior or credits towards their sentence to encourage participation and engagement. Payment handling restrictions. Inmates will not be allowed to handle any cash, any form of payment directly to the cells, ensuring proper financial management. This bill is designed to promote rehabilitation through productive labor while also ensuring the inmate meets the financial obligations and gain valuable skills. Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of the bill. At this time, I entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
How much is the peppermint?
How much is the peppermint? Don't cost nothing, Mr. Gentleman from Washington.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. You move final passage?
Final passage, Mr.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 115 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 28, House Bill 1079, and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, see, you've got a committee sub, lady?
Yes, sir.
Lady moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is just adding a regional facility in Forest County, and the committee sub was that I changed the word shall to may, and the reason is Forest County and the Department of Corrections will have to come up with a contract, and if I put shall, they would have to come up and Forest County would have to sign that contract no matter what it was. So I want them to have the ability to have a regional and be able to negotiate and sign a good contract. So that was the only explanation for the committee sub. It's just adding Forest County as a regional. And that's my explanation. I had someone
questions on the bill
that wanted an amendment, but I have not seen them in the chamber, so I guess they missed out.
Gentleman from Wayne, I believe there's your man right there.
There he is.
Gentleman from Wayne, you are recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I saw this bill come up, and my sheriff called me and said he wanted to add Wayne County to this list, so the amendment just sticks Wayne County in there.
Questions of the gentleman's amendment? Does the chair lady wish to respond?
I'm great with his amendment and final passage.
All right. Question occurs with the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, lady? She moves final. I'm sorry. Lady from Jones, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask them a question about these regionals that we're creating. if I could.
Yes,
Will you yield, lady from Lincoln? First of all, how many inmates are going to be in these regionals?
Well, they're all different, and the one in Forest will be 250 beds.
Okay, so do we know how many Wayne is going to have?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Do we know how many, the gentleman from Wayne, how many he added?
No, ma'am, I didn't ask him.
And let me ask this lady now, on these regionals, what is the arrangement between the state and the county financially?
I have another bill that's going to pay the regionals $32.71, and so right now we're paying the state about $65 and some change, and I'm sorry I don't know what the change is, but we're going to take $32.71 of that $65 and pay $32.71 to the regionals, so it won't cost any money. We're just taking it out of the same pot.
Okay, and then since we're working on recidivism, will these inmates be moved from the state institutions, or we are expecting our prison population to grow by 500 people?
Well, every day it's different, I will tell you that, lady. People go in and people come out, and right now we're pretty full and need the beds.
We need regional beds.
We need the beds.
Okay, well, we need medium security beds, or we
Correct.
need maximum security beds?
That's correct. It's medium security.
Medium security bed. Okay, now, the last thing I want to ask you, with the regionals, was there any consideration to trying to create some kind of work program
for
like
them?
What we used to have when the counties could have inmates to work?
Well, as you see from the other bills, I'm very interested in the workforce, and they are up next for me. If I can get an inmate a job the last 3 years of their sentence, I'm going to get one. It's all about in that area having a place for them to work. You know, like Milwaukee Tools came to us. The Department of Transportation came to us. So MagCorps has been given the responsibility now of their job over the next year is start finding industry and jobs for in every area that we can put these inmates to work, so our recidivism rate goes down.
And lady, I appreciate the work that you're doing, because you know, even though I don't know about the increase, when I first came here, the Department of Corrections budget was $88 million. How much is it now, lady? 300 and how much?
I don't know either, but it is in the 300s, yes ma'am. You're
and
correct.
all of that is general fund dollars, is it not, lady?
It is all general fund dollars.
And we spend $600 to $800 to educate, and $34,000 on medium security.
Yes, we do.
Unbelievable.
Final passage.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentlelady yield?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Hold on, I'm waiting for everybody to quiet down so I can hear you. Under this piece of legislation, the short title says required to enter in a contract with Forest County. Is there similar language about the other counties that we provide state money for housing state inmates?
I really cannot hear a word you're saying.
Is it me or is it everybody in the room?
Yeah, it's everybody.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
She can't hear me.
Okay, I think she heard you. So the title was that, and it was shall. They shall have this. And I talked to the representative that asked for this bill, and I assured him he wanted it to be may. If the Department of Corrections comes out with a bad contract that they don't want to accept, they want to be able to say, well, no, or I'm not going to sign that contract and move on. But under the way it was, that they shall, it was going to happen no matter what the Department of Corrections came up with for that contract. They were stuck with it. So that's why I moved it all to May.
I'm just wondering, why are we singling out one county? If there are other counties that...
Well, I will tell you that these two counties came to me and asked me for this bill.
Okay. And do you know how much the state pays the county per inmate?
Well, it's all over the board. In some counties, they have $20, which is very unfair. In some counties, they have $32.71, which is the highest. And I put in our bill that we're going to pay $32.71 for every county. There's not going to be winners and losers. And if you are, a representative for a county that's a loser, you're going to get the same amount that every county gets, $32.71.
So nobody's getting paid $34 per inmate, right?
30 what?
34?
No, we can't go, this year I can't go up that high because I'm trying to get everybody the same amount.
Okay, thank you, lady. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady yield.
Yes, sir.
Lady, I had a little difficulty hearing what you're saying. You spoke on the $34 per inmate.
$32.71.
Okay, and when I go back home, what am I telling my sheriff? The reasons?
If you have a regional or a county jail that houses state inmates, they will get, if my bill passes the Senate now, I mean, obviously, they will get $32.71 a day. I don't know what they're getting now.
But they were thinking they were going to get 34, I believe.
Well, I will be honest with you, we tried to go that way, but the cost was too high. So I just, like I said, I just at least want to leave it fair. And then we'll go for 34 the
thank
next
you, lady.
time. Right.
All right.
I don't see any further questions, lady.
Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 29, House Bill 1261, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Recognize the gentleman from Tippa.
Gentleman from Tippa is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, bring you House Bill 1261, a bill we passed out of this chamber last year unanimously. It simply allows the MDOT to enter in public-private partnerships for our visitor centers, rest areas, and welcome centers. It has to be a company that sells legal products in Mississippi. Take it up in our area, Toyota could probably sponsor one at the Alabama-Tennessee line as an example. That's a brief explanation of the bill. I'll entertain any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. I believe we're down to state affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 30, House Bill 271, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues in the House, I've been up here for 26 years. And yeah, I know that's hard to believe. But each and every year we get a request from one of our colleagues, from one, if not more, of our state agencies to simplify and try to come up with a better way to do procurement in this state. And the gentleman from Washington has been up here a lot longer than what I have, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. He gets the same questions, and I'm sure many of you get the same questions from the state agencies and individuals. How do we simplify the procurement process? How do we make the procurement process more timely and more efficient? Well, we're going to take that step. This is the year. And you've got House Bill 271, you got House Bill 958, which is the next item. And we're going to come up with some legislation, and we're going to simplify, and we're going to look at the procurement process. We're going to make it more timely. We're going to make it more efficient, and we're going to make it more responsive to each and every one of you. As recently as last night, we had a meeting with the state agencies that lasted from, 4 p.m. till about 6:30. We're going to continue to work with them. So House Bill 271 is basically, we're just bringing forward the code sections so that we can have a vehicle, so that if we can reach an agreement and make some further progress, we'll have something to work with. That's all it does, is bring forward the procurement code sections so that we'll have something to work with if we can reach an agreement with some of these agencies. Mr. Speaker, that's my explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next item I'd like to go to is 31. House Bill 958, call up the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
You make the usual motion?
I do.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman further moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, just like I mentioned before, House Bill 958 contains some major substantive changes to our procurement legislation. This is something that State Affairs has been looking at since the summer. We've had some very detailed hearings with a bunch of witnesses concerning procurement. We've heard from the private sector, we've heard from the public sector, we've heard from the state agencies, and what House Bill 958 does is that it modernizes our language to help speed up the process. Whenever I say modernize the language, the procurement language. For those who have an interest in education, for the first time ever, it creates a educational EPL, Express Products List, for IT purchases. That should speed up educational IT immensely. And last but not least, these agencies right now can go to ITS and request an exemption to get away from the oversight of ITS and kind of let them handle it on an individual basis. This bill will extend that exemption. If ITS grants the exemption will last until the full life of the contract. So they'll never have to go back to ITS as long as the contract is in place. That's the substantive major changes and modifications that we're making to procurement for the first time since I can remember, to try to make it more efficient and to make it less expensive. That ends my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Would you yield?
Always from the lady from Jones.
Mr. Chairman, did we put in this bill, the language for bidding for all of the newspapers? We had some discussion about Mississippi Link and Jackson Advocate. Is that in here?
I'm sorry, lady, Mississippi Link and who
Yes,
else?
and Jackson Advocate and the Clarion Ledger and all of the newspapers. You remember we had some discussion about making sure that all were included in that bidding process. And we were going to have some language in this bill that would address that.
Lady, I apologize. I don't remember that conversation, but the publication language is not in this bill.
Do we have a bill that's going to have that in it?
Not that I know of, lady. But I'm happy to meet with you and see exactly.
But you do remember that the Procurement Review Board, or whatever, that man and that woman that came
I have
to
met with the
testify?
board, yes. I have met with the board on numerous occasions. Yes, lady.
Okay, and there was some question about how contracts were rewarded, and there was some question about people knowing about the contracts, and they said that they were not, had not utilized those entities, and there was supposed to be some push to try to do that. But I see now that was just not.
Was that this past summer, lady? Was that during the summer?
There's state affairs when we had the hearings, yes.
During the summertime?
Yes. Because
well,
I recall you saying she asked you, the lady did, since you don't remember, but the lady asked you, did you want her to see about that? And you told her, not really, you wanted her to check on the state interactions. You remember the compacts and those kinds of things with the states, between the states?
I think so, lady, but I can tell you, I share your concern about making sure that the public is aware of the publication. So if you have some type of comment or input on that subject matter, we've got the code sections alive. I'll be happy to.
So you want us to get you an amendment?
Well, not right now, but
I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'll be happy to listen to you, and if it's something that we can.
It was testified to, Mr. Chairman.
Lady from Jones, I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't recall that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
He's taking you to dinner tonight, lady. I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, you're joining us.
Okay. Open the machine, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to skip over to item 44 on today's calendar.
All right. Is there objection? No objection. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to that item, House Bill 51, call up the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain this committee sub.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Pearl River to explain the committee sub.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the committee sub that seems to have gotten everybody's attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me find it here real quick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 51 comes to us by way of Representative Lancaster. This bill will simply amend in select locations the ability to sell alcoholic beverages within distance of certain areas in the state. That's a short explanation of the bill. Nobody panic. We're not selling beer within close proximity to churches, schools, etc.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Neal?
Yes.
So in the short and the long of it, are we expanding or are we narrowing the distance between the sales and these entities?
So it's neither. It kind of, the way some of these locations are, it's closer, but it's not easy to get to. So your distance may be from point A to point B. However, there's a litany of trees and buildings in between the school and the particular area or the church in the area. This is agreed to by members that have come to the committee asking for this type of assistance. And from our understanding, they've consulted with their local officials and gotten approval prior to bringing this bill to us.
All right, so this is a state law. Does local, in other words, if we said the state law said you had to be 1,000 feet away from a daycare, Could a municipality come in and say, no, you got to be 2,000?
No, sir. This brings some limited exemptions to that.
And if it's trees, to use your example, if it's trees separating a nursery and Pop's liquor store, if the gentleman that owns the trees comes in there one day and cuts down all the trees, I mean, I'm trying to understand.
So it's not that broad. It's limited. The exemptions are limited to certain areas.
They're specified.
That members have come and asked for. Yes, sir. It's specified. It's not broad and statewide.
It's not, okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, is there anything in this bill that addresses the distance between liquor stores?
I don't know. Let me look. I think it's just packaged retail. What the distance between specific liquor stores, like liquor store A and liquor store B? Is that what you're meaning?
Correct.
Oh no, there's not. I misunderstood your question.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Quick, it's going to be okay. Would this pertain to like block parties that may happen in various districts?
Block parties?
Yeah, you know, you have like a First Friday in Fondren and...
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't pertain to that.
All right, thank you.
I mean, I'd be glad to throw a block party with you.
Let's do it.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Does this impact in any way existing establishments?
Existing establishments and the areas where they've requested them, yes.
Has anybody requested to do anything in Fondren?
No.
In this bill?
Not in this bill that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Tunica, Mr. Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You said it doesn't apply statewide. Is it?
Correct.
All right. Like in Tunica, there's one street, 3 funeral homes, and a club right next to one across the street from 2. Would this apply?
No, sir, not in Tunica.
Okay. Anywhere in the Delta?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
You would have had to have spoken to the chairman if you wanted this to apply in this bill. It's very specific.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, you said this wasn't statewide. You said there were certain areas that this is going to affect. Can you name those areas that this affects?
I think they have legal descriptions. How do they have it described? Hold on just a second. Let me find it. How about I do this? Why don't you, if you could you go talk to Representative Lancaster? He has a better idea of exactly where it is.
Secondary question, is there just one area that it affects?
I think it's 2 areas, if I remember correctly. One
Thank
is
you, gentlemen.
something important to the chairman.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, why do we have these laws in place in the state to restrict these establishments from being around schools and churches and kindergartners and funeral homes, etc.?
I'm assuming it's, in some ways, it's the relic of how we used to do business when it came to alcohol in this state.
I'm just curious, if we have a law, but we exempt people from the law, what's the point in having the law? I'm not advocating that we do away with the law. I'm just questioning the exemption.
Well, you know, laws apply differently depending on where you go, especially when you're talking about, you know, home rule is important to me. When you're trying to dictate what a town's doing, every town might have different unique circumstances that we have to assess. Really, this should be handled by the local communities and not us, so I'm kind of with you. But in light of the fact that we do have these laws, it's important that we go in and consider every community's their own business, how they set up their community, and all that.
So this is a state law. Local jurisdiction doesn't have the ability to circumvent, so we're giving them a...
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman,
Yes, sir.
You just made reference to that this should be local. My question to you is, why isn't this a local and private, since it just affects We don't know who it affects, really, because you hadn't said it. So why isn't it local and private?
That's outside of my pay grade. I don't know.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage, please.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 71 yeas, 29 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The next item is item 45, House Bill 91. I'd like to go to the committee sub, call it up, and lieu the original bill.
All right. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman has further moved to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor of that indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman, you're recognized.
Please recognize the gentleman from Rankin to handle the committee sub.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, the short title pretty much tells it. 1907, the state of Mississippi recognized prohibition of alcohol, and we are now going to get rid of that. We will basically make the state wet, and your local jurisdictions will be able to come back and vote if they want to go dry. It is as simple as that. Any questions?
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is this the same bill as last year?
No, we've never taken this one up. In fact, I've been dropping it for the last 5 years. I finally had to read it because I hadn't seen it in 5 years. So,
Would this make the whole state wet?
The entire state would be wet.
And what about the dry counties? Is there a provision in there?
There is a provision where you can still do your local election, whatever part of the county, whatever part of whoever municipality, if they want to go dry. This bill takes effect January 1 of 26, so they have plenty of time to do that.
Okay, and what does that look like? Do they have to get so many signatures based on population?
It's the same provision that it is now. Yes, that doesn't change.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in this bill that would allow the amount that you make, alcohol that you make at your own home, is that increase or decrease?
You're talking about distilling your own whiskey at home?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, if I thought the state could do that, we'd have done that years ago. Problem is the feds control that part of it.
Okay, gentlemen.
But I won't say nothing if you don't say anything.
All right.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that this would make the entire state wet. Is that correct?
Correct.
You had a bill, I think, 2 sessions ago that made a few areas moist. How does this impact that?
It increases the wetness of it.
Thank you.
What else you got?
Gentleman from Sunflower said, I don't believe I would have told that.
I got a reputation to uphold.
Lady from Lincoln, Miss Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, is my county going to get a liquor store?
If your county wants one, they can now get it unless they vote to go dry. Now, this won't take effect until January 1 of next year, so.
Thank you so much.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So is this for wines and liquors? Does this include beer and light wine?
Yeah, the code sections are different for beer. This is wines and spirits.
Wines and spirits. So this bill will cause a dry county to become wet?
Correct.
For alcohol?
Correct. And January 1 of 26. What's that?
Wines and spirits?
Correct.
And so then would I be able to go to my county, which is dry, and open up a liquor store out in the county?
Your county will be wet, so don't even consider it dry anymore.
You
Okay.
can apply, yes.
So
Now, your county's going to be able to come in and do what the counties do and regulate just like a city, so if they don't want it, they're going to tell you. I mean, they can set up regulations where you cannot, but
Sure.
as far as this bill is concerned, the state is no longer, we're kicking it down to the local level.
Okay. And if a little small country store serves food, then they could serve, if they get on premises.
That would be a resort status bill. This does not pertain to that. That would be a separate situation.
You'd have to get a resort status for a restaurant out in the county to sell liquor on premises?
Yeah, you can, according to the counselor, you cannot sell in the county unless you are resort status. Your cities can have the liquor stores, but typically your counties do not.
To sell liquor, to open a liquor store, or to
Package
sell
store.
on premises at a restaurant?
Package store.
Package store. So you could or couldn't in the county?
If you get a resort status and you do a by the glass, yes.
Well, what does this do to the county then?
The city, everybody's wet except for, hold on just one second. Okay, I was correct. Your municipalities, consider this, all your counties are wet, your municipalities are the only ones that can open up a retail package store. You can, like what you're talking about, if you have a particular area that serves food or whatever, and they want to sell, say, liquor by the glass, wine by the glass, they would need to be resort status if they're in the county. Now, if they're in the city, it's a totally different situation. The way the statutes are written, you cannot have a package store in a county, and it must be in a municipality.
Okay, one other thing. Last year we passed, and I'm getting more confused as we go, but last year as we passed, we made municipalities of a certain population wet, and they were going to have to vote to go dry. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How does this affect that?
Well, now all your municipalities would be wet unless they decide to go dry.
And if they want to go dry again, they're going to have to vote again.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
So will we be allowed to sell alcohol 7 days a week now?
This does not pertain to that, but there is another bill coming for that.
Okay, and in essence, we could be actually just like Louisiana. Is any consideration for 24 hours a day, whatever, you know?
The Sunday sales is going to limit the hours of operation for your, pretty much in the afternoon if the liquor store decides they want to open on the Sunday.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
How many counties are dry in Mississippi, you know?
I want to think he's at 13, something like
So
that.
I don't know, that sounds right. Mine's one of them.
Mine
Those
is too, as a
counties
matter of
at
fact.
any time could collect enough signatures to have put it on the ballot.
Correct.
And go wet, right?
Correct.
And they chose not to.
We are, yes, you're correct, but what I'm going to tell you is we're just punting this to the local situation, to the local agencies.
I guess my question is, why are we doing that?
Because it's an outdated law.
Well, but it's an outdated, if it's outdated, but you still have the locals that have the ability to go change the law if they want to. There's a procedure that they can do that, and they've chosen not to do that. Does it occur to you that maybe the reason they have not done that is because there's not sufficient support for it, or maybe they think there's a detrimental effect on society of having readily available alcohol?
Potentially, yes.
Right? And I'm not saying I agree with that or disagree with that. I don't drink, but I don't care if you do. But for us to put our thumb on all these locals that have for 100 years decided that they don't want to go wet and say, no, you're going to go wet. And if you don't want to go wet, you're going to have to, the onus is on the local officials to opt out, putting political pressure on them to do that. I don't see the wisdom in doing that.
Well, the way I see it is we're taking the thumb off of the local officials and they can take care of their business however they proceed or want to.
I'm not following you on that.
There's no reason the state should dictate to them whether or not they can sell alcohol, in my opinion. Give it to them to let them to decide.
Well, I think that...
And I understand your position, I really do, I promise you, but we're just looking at it two different ways.
But right now, it's not the local officials that decide that, right? It's the citizens collect enough signatures.
Correct.
So the local officials don't have an onus on them at all right now. It's up to the officials, up to the citizens, but now we're putting it on the public officials and saying they're going to have to weigh in if they want to do something different.
Yes.
And what is there public policy that, is there studies or what's the purpose behind, I'm assuming this would be a public policy of making liquor more readily available all across the state, primarily in rural areas that may not have it now.
Correct.
That would be the new public policy of the state of Mississippi.
That's correct.
And is there a study behind that suggests that that's a wise thing to do, or is that, where are we getting that from?
I haven't seen any study on it, but I will tell you this, we passed the direct ship bill earlier, and if your county, someone in your county wants it, they can't get it. Direct ship to their house. This will alleviate that problem, right? Just that problem alone. So.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little bit confused. A while ago when the lady from Lincoln asked the question, can she get a liquor store in her county, you said yes.
Well, I got correction from counselor behind me that right now, only the way our laws are written, only municipalities can have a package store.
Okay, so to make sure I understand, if in my county I have a municipality and it's wet for anything and everything, the county is dry, this bill is not going to change anything for the county because they can't sell beer or alcohol or liquor in the county with a liquor store.
That's correct.
And a restaurant is not going to be able to sell margaritas at that local little Mexican place.
That's the resort status I was telling you about. If that Mexican restaurant is not inside the city limits, they would need to get a resort status, and that's totally separate bill than that.
So in the county, this bill is not going to do anything, but if you had a dry city, then it would allow them to sell.
That's correct. But I want you to go back to what I told the gentleman just a minute ago, that with the direct ship, the way it's written, right now, your residents in your county could not have that done. I think they should, they can already, but this will clarify that to any winery that wants to ship to the state of Mississippi to know that we're wet unless a particular area goes dry, and that's just another aspect of this. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentleman yield?
I think so.
I want to follow up on my good friend from Covington a few minutes ago. He was asking a few questions. I think there's two definitions we're looking at. Referendum. You have a direct referendum and a reverse referendum.
Right.
Direct, where you get enough signatures.
Right.
Put something on the ballot and the people vote on it. The indirect, or is it reverse or indirect? Whichever it is, I'm not sure. But so that's what you're doing now. You're throwing it out there, and then if somebody wants to change it, then they have to get signatures to change it.
Correct.
Okay. I think, so if you're not really for this, you're doing a reverse or indirect referendum, correct?
Okay.
I'm just trying to get the definition. I think that's...
You're just going to have to vote to go dry. I mean, I don't know whether it's direct or indirect or however you want to do it, but that's just whether it's going to be now.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
On small municipalities within dry counties, all these questions have gotten me a little confused. If I'm a small municipality within a dry county, and say I'm allowed to sell, my city is allowed to sell light wine and beer only, what impact will this have on my city within the county?
Okay, as far as light wine and all that, this doesn't affect anything. That's different code sections.
But will they be allowed to sell something in addition to that?
You can open up a package store, yes.
Package store, what about buy the drink? Anything like that? Like
Right.
margaritas, I use margaritas for an example.
If you're in the city, it would be based on what the cities or that town wants to do. That would be your local officials setting that guideline.
Okay. What about, so this doesn't make it automatic for the cities, is that what you're saying?
They would be not under prohibition anymore, and they would become wet, yes.
Okay, so then they'd have to go back and do their ordinances to adopt whatever they wanted to control themselves. And then that same thing applies to the counties, right?
Yes, like I was saying a minute ago and was told by Counselor, the counties are not legally allowed to have a package store standalone. It's just inside a municipality can have a package store.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm a supporter of the free market, and I think our hodgepodge laws when it comes to alcohol flies in the face of it. I appreciate your work on this bill.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 71 yeas, 34 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next item is 46, House Bill 92. I'd like to go to that item and House Bill, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the same bill we passed for the last 2 years. This will allow package spirit sales on Sundays. That's all it does.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 71 yeas, 37 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Next item, 47, if I may. House Bill 262. Call it up, make the usual motion. I'm sorry, it is a committee sub.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, the State Affairs Committee recognizes that the country of Ireland is becoming the gateway to Europe. This will establish a trade mission with Ireland to better improve relations between the state of Mississippi and the country of Ireland.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
What does Ireland have to offer the state of Mississippi?
Irish whiskey. No, gentlemen, they
Yeah, can we direct ship that?
Hopefully, if direct ship passes the Senate, we'll be able to.
All right. Okay. Do we have any other commissions like this?
With other countries?
Yes.
Formally, I don't think so. I know we've got a very strong relationship with Taiwan, and we have exchange programs and trips, and this doesn't even do that. We're just establishing the formality of the Trade Commission with Ireland.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
How does this one involve alcohol?
Just like I mentioned, gentlemen, you'll be able to, if direct ship passes the Senate, you'll be able to get Irish whiskey directly shipped to your house from Ireland.
From Ireland, okay.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you?
Yes, sir.
Are the folks in Ireland, are they friends with our friends in Israel? Or are they kind of in opposition to them, or do they support the Palestinians?
Gentlemen, what's your question again?
My question is simply this: the folks in Ireland, do they support our friends in Israel, the Jews? or are they supporting folks on the other side of the line?
Gentlemen, I can't speak officially on their behalf, but I think they do.
We might want to look at that.
Okay.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
One quick question. Are we opening another state agency with PIN numbers and hiring people, or is this under
Nope.
something else?
This is a very informal trade commission. There's no extra employees.
Okay.
It's not that formal.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 98 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, gentlemen?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, if I may, I would like to skip and go to item number 129, House Bill 1495.
Is there objection? We have an objection, gentlemen.
Okay. If there's no objection, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to skip and go to item number 140, House Bill 1194.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Please state that again.
Yes, with unanimous consent, if there's no objection, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 140, House Bill 1194.
I object, gentlemen. We're going to stay in order. We'll let some other people do some bills. Constitution. Are you
Thank you,
saying?
Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that House Bill 32 remain its place on the calendar.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Public health. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 33, House Bill 674. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. I believe you got a committee. No, I'm sorry, gentlemen. You're recognized to explain the bill.
I don't, Mr. Speaker, but I do have an amendment.
All right. You want to present your amendment at this time? You're recognized to explain it.
Thank you, sir. That amendment will just ensure there's no conflict with the compact and the general supervision bill should they both pass. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs with the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized for further explanation of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 674 will create the Interstate Dental and Dental Hygienist Compact, which is supported by the Mississippi Dental Association and the Mississippi Dental Examiners Board. Like the other compacts we've passed, this compact will create an expedited pathway to licensure and promote workforce mobility. And, Mr. Speaker, that concludes an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage,
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Brings us down to banking. Gentleman from Lee, Chairman of Banking, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item number 34, House Bill 993, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you've got the committee sub. You move to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill?
I would like to table the committee sub and move back to the original bill.
Gentleman's motion is to table the committee sub. See no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table the committee sub, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the original bill.
Okay, thank you. So House Bill 993, this is Mortgage Brokers and Lenders Act, and what we are doing here is we are updating our statutes for the mortgage lending part of our statute. These policies have been outdated, and so we are updating some of the language, and we are also allowing for independent contractors to be able to work in the mortgage loan origination business, and also we are allowing, like what we did a couple years ago with auto loan people to do remote work. We're also going to allow our mortgage originators to do remote work as well. And that's a brief explanation of the bill. I'll take any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Right. Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to item number 36, House Bill 1330, and make the usual motions.
Gentlemen, we've skipped 35.
I'd like for it to hold its spot on the calendar. Item 35.
You got it. We will do that. We are now at item 36, House Bill 1330. Did you call that bill up?
Yes, sir, I did.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill. And I believe you've got an amendment.
Yes, sir. The amendment is to add a reverse repealer to this bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. The explanation of this bill is this bill would allow our banks in the state of Mississippi to invest in SBICs, which are small businesses that have gotten loans from the Small Business Administration. We are currently our banks can only invest in these small business loan grantees within the state of Mississippi, and this will allow them to invest in some of these that are outside of the state of Mississippi. This is primarily for our larger institutions that are located in multiple states. So if they're in another state, they can invest in some of the small business loan receivers in those other states. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 108 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to item number 37, House Bill 1427, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Mississippi Credit Availability Act, and what we are going to do is two things in this bill. First off, we are going to extend the repealer until 2030, and then also we are going to, just like we did last year for the consumer finance industry, we are going to increase our loan max to $3,250 and make it from that point on contingent upon the consumer price index increase annually. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 38, House Bill 1428, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a committee sub, gentlemen.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Okay, this is the Money Transmission Modernization Act. This is brought to us by our Department of Banking and Consumer Finance. What they have worked really hard the past year in updating our money transmission laws. They had not been updated since they were written in 1950. And so the money transmitter law was dealing mainly with like Western unions and money transfers that way, but nowadays money transfers are also considered like if you do Venmo or PayPal or Cash App, those things. And so we needed to update and modernize our language in our bills in our statutes to be able to address these kind of industries as well. So this is basically what this bill does. I'll take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will you yield, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to, you know, this is a long bill.
It is.
Does this create any higher fees for the bank, for the person who's banking and making these money transactions? Because I was trying to get to that.
The only fees in this bill are related to the licensing fees for the transmitters, not for any of the end users.
Okay, so whatever it is now, it remains that.
Yes, that's my understanding.
And so you said this was modernizing. If you could just tell us for a consumer, what does this do to modernize money transmission for a consumer? Not the Western Union and the Venmos and the PayPals, but what is it going to do to help the consumer?
Well, actually, it really doesn't do much for the consumer. It mostly is regulations related to relationship between the Department of Banking and the transmitters themselves.
And so there is no fee increase. So this is a process bill, is what you're telling us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, would you render the information to me on how this is going to affect our small business owners?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
How would this bill affect our small business owners? Is there an upfront fee that they have to pay to be able to transfer their funds to the bank?
This is not transmitting funds. This is like if someone came into a business, like if you had a Western Union or something in your convenience store and you were transmitting funds that way, that deals with that, but it's not like transfers within banks.
So it's not with small purchases, it's transferring large amounts of money through Western Union, that kind of thing?
Well, not necessarily just large amounts. I mean, it's any amount of money that's transferred through those what are considered money transmitters.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I do have an amendment.
All right, you're recognized for your amendment.
So what we were, this amendment number one, what we are doing is we are allowing an exemption for payroll processing services. That's businesses that will process a payroll for a company and then transmit the pay to people when they get their direct deposit. They will also pay the federal and state taxes as well. This would say that these people are not are not under this section of the code for their banking. And that's the explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move to item number 39, House Bill 1450, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I'd like to bring up the committee sub and adopt that.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Harrison to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call up House Bill 39. What this bill does is just, in lieu of a bar going in and paying a fee, which is a UCC fee called a Mississippi Financial Statement in Mississippi with a lender, and these are going to be on things that are not vehicles, they're not real estate. So in lieu of going in and paying that fee, this will allow for the lenders to instead charge a fee, but it cannot be more than what the Secretary of State charges for UCC, and allows them to then go in and be able to purchase non-filing insurance. So in the event that the bar doesn't do what they're supposed to do on a loan, this will allow for the lender to be able to make whole. So any questions?
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move the final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. All right, I believe that concludes our work on the general calendar for today. The Chairman of Rules has indicated he would like to take up a flurry of resolutions that I believe are on your supplemental calendar.
Yes.
House Calendar Supplement 1, I believe, should be made up entirely of rules items. With that, I will recognize the gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of Rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Supplement 1 calendar, we're going to take up items 1 through 15, and I'd like to call those up.
I'll give the membership an opportunity to look at items 1 through 15. Any member would like to have one set aside. I'll give you a moment to see if you'd like to have one set aside. Otherwise, we will take them up in block. Gentleman from Kapaa, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'd like to have actually two set aside, Mr. Speaker. Let's see, I'm sorry, 40. 42. Let me find it.
We're on the supplemental calendar, gentlemen. Items 1 through 15, they're all HCRs. Was there one of those you wish to have set aside?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Item 14 and 15.
Okay, we will set those aside. So we will be bringing up items 1 through 13 in block. I'll give Madam Clerk a chance to load that. All right. We have them up now and in block. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the resolutions are adopted. Next item, gentlemen.
I would like to call up in block item 16 through item 27.
All right, I'll give the body a, are you skipping 14 and 15, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to items 16 through 27. Those are all House resolutions. I'll give the body a moment to check those out. And if anyone would like one set aside, let me know. Otherwise, we will take them up in block. And I would remind you it's a voice vote. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. McMillan.
Yeah. Set aside 25 and 26.
That'd be items 21 and 22, gentlemen. You want to set aside? That's the resolution number, I think. You're saying 25 and 26. We got items and we got a resolution number, and they coincide. So which one? Item 20 is the Hines Community College. Item 21 is Greg Perry. And item 22 is Germantown High School.
21, 22.
All right. Gentleman wishes to set 21 and 22 aside. Madam Clerk's going to love you, gentlemen. They're not going to the board anyway. All right, any others? All right, question occurs on the adoption of these resolutions. If you favor the resolutions, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
The last, I would like to call up en bloc item 28 through 31.
Those are all SCRs. I'll give the chamber a second to look at these. All right. We will take these up in block. Did you have an announcement? Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the resolutions are all adopted. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Could I get immediate release, please?
Gentleman requests immediate release. Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that, gentlemen. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a request.
State your request.
With unanimous consent, I'd like to go back to our motion to reconsider calendar this morning and go to item number 7, House Bill 1534, and move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Is there objection to that? Hearing none. All right. Gentleman's motion is to table. If you're in favor of the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. All right. I recognize Madam Clerk for announcements. She doesn't have any. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 6 on the motion to reconsider and move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. I got a lot of people on the board for, I'm assuming it's not for these things. All right. Question occurs on the gentleman's motion to table. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I'd like to go to item number 11, House Bill 1460, and move to table.
Gentleman's motion is to table on item 11 on the motion to reconsider calendar. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 12, House Bill 13, and move to table.
Those opposed again have 5 minutes. I see no one seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized. I'm sorry being so long getting to you. You're recognized.
No problem. If you can, please turn to the South Gallery and welcome Ms. Shariah Hunter. She's a senior at Forest Hill High School and a resident of District 66.
Welcome, young lady. Good to have you here at your state capitol. All right, further, Madam Clerk has no announcement. We have any announcements by any members? Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an announcement and a request. I'll start with the announcement. Tomorrow morning, we have MEC's legislative breakfast. Starts at 7:30. The speaking begins at 8 with our very own transportation chairman. So we're all invited to attend that. I also have a request, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask for unanimous consent to change my desk mates' votes. Representative Hood on today's general calendar, item 3, House Bill 1175, from a nay to a yay, and Item 4, House Bill Number 1284, from a nay to a yay.
Is there objection to this? Sounds like he's stuck with his vote. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On tomorrow, the Delta State leaders, the student leaders of Delta State University invite us to a brown bag luncheon between the hours of 11:30 and 1 o'clock in room 201A.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's general calendar, item number 20, House Bill 1585, I'd like to hold that bill on the motion.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman. Gentleman from Simpson, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold House Bill 994 on the motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman. Anything further from any member? All right, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stand adjourned until 10 a.m.